These globalists want to squander all of America's strength, blood, and treasure, chasing monsters and phantoms overseas. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad. Should have never gone into the Middle East. We're rebuilding our military stronger than ever before, and we are not going to deplete it again on stupid, senseless, endless wars. World War III has never been closer than it is right now. We need to clean house of all of the warmongers and America last globalists and the deep state. I am the president who delivers peace. I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. Worst, most incompetent, most corrupt president in history is going to drag us into World War III. I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran. Large sections of the Middle East. I mean, look at the death and destruction that's taken place. Together we're fighting to secure our borders, end the endless foreign wars, and defend the working people of America. The Muslim and Arab voters in Michigan and across the country want a stop to the endless wars and a return to peace in the Middle East. That's all they want. What would happen if we had a war? We won't, with me, but you will have World War III, I believe, without me. I will be sure that World War III will not happen. I'm the only one can say it won't. I stand here today, and I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent, and very easily, World War III, very easily.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott.
Episode 204, Erasing History.
A real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go, guys. Welcome to the Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. This is the non-tribal approach to news show, non-tribal approach to news and life, the whole thing. That's what we're doing here, guys. It's our first show of the week. Happy Tuesday to you guys. We'll be here all afternoon. This is the space we come to so we can start using our critical thinking skills again. They don't want us doing that. They want to keep us in our camps. Tuning into our team, check in, get all the right talking points, the feelings in line, figure out who to be mad at, and then go out and get punched down and get angry at our neighbor, get angry at the people that voted for the different thing that we did. And that's the confusion, that's the scare techniques. It's an ongoing campaign of fear and separation and confusion. And that's all by design. But we're here in this space so we can start looking at the world a little differently now. And we can start asking the right questions. And it starts with, what is the thing they're not telling us? What is the thing between the lines? And we can start applying that and understanding what is the outcome that we're looking for. What is the goal? Are we looking to win and the other team to lose? Where do we get that from? Where did that come from? What is that about? What is this idea that we are in a constant state of a sporting match, heading to the championship? Guys, the championship's coming up every 4 years. We got another election. We got to beat the other team. Where did we get that from? What is that? That's not real. That's contrived. By the way, the system we lived in is contrived too. There's nothing organic. There's nothing natural about the state of constant fear-mongering, imperialism, capitalism, which is the function of capitalism is imperialism. It's total domination, constantly stealing, tricking, invading, genociding. This is a man-made system, and so is the election cycle and the red versus blue and all of that stuff. This is nothing that we didn't have a choice that we were born into this, but we have a choice now that we can remove ourselves from it and start looking at the world a little differently. Now we call ourselves homeless left. That's because we started from the left. That's where we were kind of, believed that half of the country or half of the political leaders or the people we voted for, gave money to, time, effort, energy, all that stuff. We believed that they were the good guys and the other team was the bad guys. But turns out they were doing that to the other side as well. Exactly the same method, exactly the same. Good guys versus bad guys. But now we understand that not only is all of that not real, the left versus right, red versus blue, none of that's real. The other thing we realize is that we all kind of want the same things. We kind of all do. And once we understand that mechanism, we can obviously have disagreements ideologically. Usually it's ideological. That's usually the biggest divide. And I would argue that that's not even natural either, because that's also part of being part of a team, right? Whatever church you signed up for, that's also an element of team sports, a sporting match, which is the true word of God. And we go down that rabbit hole. But at the end of the day, detaching from all of those teams and that sportsman like mindset, we kind of all want the same things. We all want to be healthy. We all want to be prosperous. Our families to be happy and get through the day. Just even in the most minimal, basic way. We just want to be happy, live life, and then when harm is done, we want accountability. We want justice. That's it. That's all. That's really it. And then all the other stuff is all escalated nonsense. And again, that's on purpose to keep us divided at each other's throats. Once we realize that the real enemy are the people who control everything up there, this billionaire class, this pedo class, these psychopathic warmongers that own both parties, by the way, they own all of it, keeping us in this perpetual state of fear and confusion and divide. Once we realize they are the problem and we all share that common enemy, now we can actually do something about it. And that's the thing that they fear the most. They fear that we're going to figure that out. Well, that's why we're here. So we have to go into battle mode every time, right? So we have to battle the censorship, battle the propaganda. People who call themselves journalists on the mainstream networks, they're not journalists, they're propagandists. And we discover that more and more every time we do the show. And we thank you guys for being here with us to help us with the show, do the show, and learn better techniques. That's why we're here. We're actually here to get better at what we're doing. What we're doing is hard. And what we're doing won't get any easier. We just get better at doing it. But it's hard. And yet, so we pick up these skills of how to anticipate where the bullshit's coming from next, right? We pick up these skills of how to detect the bullshit, even when there's people that, but that, whether it's, on our end with the left side, we say, Mandani, he's different. He's different than Bernie and AOC and Obama. Yeah. Right. And on the right, it's the same thing. Trump was this unique guy that could call out, the other Republicans. He's different. So none of that is real either. So we get better at this, right? We get better at not ever. One thing we'll never, ever do again is we're never going to play hero worship anymore. That's not it. That'll never happen again. We fell for it with Obama, with Bernie. That's never happening again. And I hope the people that did come out and vote for Trump for good reasons, we get it. You voted for him because you thought he was going against that. You guys saw in the opening. These are the ideas that you heard him say. And those things were said. And I understand people will believe those things when they were said. But let's keep a historical context here. Those things are now the opposite are being done now. So people who just don't like Trump at all from beginning to end, I hope you're able to see the difference of presentation, that he did change, at least as far as presentation goes. And a lot of people did fall for that, and that's okay, as long as you can admit it and you can say, hey, those are words. Those are words. Those aren't actions. We're seeing the actions now, and the actions are exactly the same as all the other warmongering psychopaths that came before him. It's all the same. The total domination of this global power that we are hanging on to this empire. We're just hanging on to it as long as we possibly can. Just going down, kicking and screaming, overextending militarily, destroying our own infrastructure here on the home front, where we are treating the people here worse than the people we're treating in other places. And like when I say our greatest allies ever, we give them free everything. We get nothing here. So this is how an empire falls, just completely mixed up, acting as if we can take on 12 or 14 or 15 wars at the same time. It's totally insane, but we're doing it. It's totally insane, but we're trying to do it. So let's maneuver through all this chaos happening today. We got a lot going on. We are calling this episode Erasing History, because we do feel that historical context is important, and we're going to be looking at a lot of these issues that have been mixed up on purpose over these years, over these months, whether it be the Fauci files. We're looking at these Fauci Diaries, all the COVID stuff. I know, I get it. It's you get overwhelmed, overloaded. You reach capacity with a lot of these issues, and you're like, whatever. It's all one big jumble in your memory. Well, we're here to remind you about historical context on all these issues, whether it's COVID, whether it's the war machine and the order of events and how we got to where we are now in the Middle East, and whether it's the Charlie Kirk obvious cover up. We have to look at the events, look at the order that things happen in, and not just write it all off as one big blur and one big, that was weird, and try and move on. We always have to keep that perspective, because it helps us be ready and prepared for the next psyop, the next thing that what are they not telling us? And if we get better at that, we can call this shit out. We do not have to wait, a couple years. We don't have to wait. Some people waited how many years for 9/11? But like 20, 24, 25 years, and you're figuring it out now. Come on, guys. We got to get this shit right away. We got to get this in the first day or two. We got to be like, something's up. Okay. So lots to get to today. Good show. We do have Jay Scott joining us here. I believe in the third hour. But yeah, we are going to get rocking and rolling right now. I just want to make sure we are all up and good on our channels today. We nix Facebook for now. We'll circle back to Facebook, but I do like what we have going on Rumble. This is the main channel. They've never taken a video down, which is great. We have all our lives up there, guys. If you're just discovering us, welcome. This is the main channel on Rumble. We can count on that because we know what YouTube does. YouTube likes to censor. They like to shadow ban. Rumble shadow bans too. It's hard to detect that. By the way, it's really hard to detect shadow banning. What we can detect is when we get notices and we're told by YouTube that we're not allowed to have conversations anymore. And that's why we had to start this channel on YouTube. It's THL Presents, because the homeless left on YouTube got terminated. Whatever they told us, medical misinformation, our conversations are too dangerous. So we just started a new channel. So please, guys, help us keep the momentum going. The numbers have been all over the place. Sometimes insane high numbers. Sometimes we're like, what the hell happened to the show? But you guys make it happen. Fight that algorithm. Fight that whatever mechanism of shadow banning they have in place. Help us with this. What you do is you share this shit out. You guys get those comments on there. Whatever you can do, super chats, Rumble rants on Rumble is awesome. This helps us. Anything does in that regard. On X, we're on Double on X. You guys know you follow me on Matt Weinglass. Homeless Left is a more newer channel, but they both are streaming live simultaneously right now. We also got Twitch just for fun. I don't know if you guys are on there, but it's there. It's running. Yeah, we'll see. Just keep that one going. And there we go. Okay. I think it's time. I think it's looking like, okay. Good. I think we are all good to go on all of our streams. StreamYard is not booted us off, but we are averaging one boot off per show. So that might happen. It's a little quick in and out. StreamYard likes to, I don't know. They have a little glitch going, but we seem to have unfortunately, that happens about one time each time we do the show. But maybe we'll get through this one. Hopefully. Okay, let's get started. Today's show, we always like to get kicking it off on Tuesdays with a little real fake news update. So let's get to it. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're going to look at this reinvention that has occurred with one of the most diabolical neocon influencers and racists at that. You know her. You might love her, you might hate her. Actually, if you're watching us, you probably don't like her very much. Her name's Laura Loomer. If you guys don't know, Laura Loomer got this opportunity came into play for her to be reinvented, rebranded, repackaged. All of a sudden out of nowhere, and she gets this exclusive story from AP. AP has a whole new, I guess, a new heart has opened up for Laura Loomer because she recently discovered that she got Ukraine wrong. She got it wrong. She was 100% captured by what? By Russian propaganda. How did that happen? Well, apparently, she's willing to come clean and do this little puff piece. So this AP does this puff piece on Laura Loomer, and what do you know? She's spewing 100% garbage propaganda from originally the Democratic Party, right? The Democratic Party pushed this propaganda with Biden, and now Trump's pushing it the same way. So you got to get Laura Loomer out there. She going directly to Ukraine so she can spew this nonsense, and AP is loving her. How interesting is that? Here's the story. Yes, it's an exclusive story from AP. She's in a Ukrainian bomb shelter. Laura Loomer explains her shift on Russia's war. I like it's Russia's war. It's not NATO's war. It's Russia's war. Okay. Well, Laura Loomer became infamous for spreading conspiracy theories online. Now she travels across Ukraine to see the damage inflicted by Russia in its years-long war. She wants to admit that she fell for some falsehoods of her own. A close ally of President Trump, Loomer has completely reversed her longtime criticism of Ukraine, as the president has. Just so you guys are clear, Trump's doing exactly the opposite of the thing he campaigned on, right? Was ending the war. And now he's actually applauding this because why wouldn't he? It's the exact same change he's done. He just didn't make a big deal about it when he made the change. He did it incrementally, but we called it the whole time. So just so you guys know, you Trump fans out there, he completely 180'd his stance on Ukraine as well. Just did it a little slower. Loomer has to make this big deal about it. Okay, so here's the big puff piece. So she is urging her fellow conservatives, who I would have to say are probably pretty confused right now, right? If you're paying attention, if you're a conservative, you were against this war, you saw the Democrats and you saw their nefarious money laundering and their elevating of this fake president, Zelensky. He's a puppet president that was instilled in 2014. If you were on the conservative side, you saw that bullshit, you saw that garbage, and you knew people like Lindsey Graham and people like John McCain before he passed away, and obviously Lindsey Graham's dead now, but you saw them colluding with the Democrats and that they were all in on it together. That's why you voted for Trump. But that's not a thing anymore. Now, what's happening now? Well, Laura Loomer has to get the rest of the conservative base that's like, something looks wrong with this. This doesn't seem right. This isn't what we voted for. So go ahead, Laura Loomer. Tell us about your experience learning about this now that you've actually got to sit down with who? With Well, you had an actual sit down with Zelensky. Let's hear some of this this exclusive from AP.
Of the changing times, the right-wing American influence.
So this is the BBC covering it, and they're going to also back AP and say what a great job they did on this. And Laura Loomer is just an amazing person for having this turnaround, because of course BBC is in on the Ukraine propaganda. They've been part of it the whole way since the beginning.
Laura Loomer recently abandoned her pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine stance and visited the Ukrainian capital Kyiv last week to interview Volodymyr Zelensky himself. And she has since described her experience of running to bomb shelters in Ukraine and seeing the destruction of Russian ballistic missiles. This is how she explained her change of heart on the whole issue of Ukraine in an interview with AP.
I've received messages all day from different people in media and politics and people just who follow me online who said, wow, I didn't realize how much we've been lied to. Wow, you really opened my eyes. Or wow, that I had no idea that they had tougher anti-Semitism laws in Ukraine than they have in the United States, right? And people really honestly believe in the United States that this is a country run by Nazis and that this country is full of Nazis.
So they do have tougher anti-Semitism laws. This is what we're trying to implement here in our country. And that means you can go to jail for several years for what they claim if the Ukrainian government, the fake ass government in Ukraine, and Ukraine's not a democracy. You guys know that. And Ukraine's not a democracy. They canceled their elections as soon as Zelensky was switched out in there. It's a puppet regime, and they canceled all their elections. So I don't know, anybody who thinks that we're defending democracy, you're out of your mind. But as far as the punishment for anti-Semitism, yeah, they can lock you up for 8-10 years if they want. They can do that. They can do whatever they want to you in Ukraine. It's not a democracy. It's basically, we're calling it a sequel to Israel. And there's a reason why neo-Nazis and Zionists work very well together. So don't fall for the notion that how could there, I mean, they hate anti-Semitism. So, and how could they be neo-Nazis? Because they work hand in hand. Neo-Nazis and Zionists, psychopaths, work hand in hand. They always have, because they need each other. They need each other to perpetuate their agendas. That's why they complement each other very, very well. Ukraine is an actual example of how neo-Nazis and Zionists can just mesh together like they're the same effing thing.
That's what people believe. And I mean, I was shocked too. I had no idea. I came here and I had to learn all this information myself, but I was consuming media that was propaganda.
Well, let's bring back our panel on that, Leslie Shedd and Joy Cheney. Leslie, is it quite refreshing to see somebody like Laura Loomer then sort of admitting that she's had a change of heart, that she thinks now she was wrong, she's changed her mind, and she's expressing that change of opinion quite honestly?
I mean, I applaud her. I think that this is great, and we need more people to do this.
Well, in a sign,
I applaud her. She this is great. We love how she's being elevated now as this new voice for the conservatives to get on board for more war. We love it. We love her being used for that. That's awesome. I hope they get more conservatives to be more pro-war, since we already got them on the Israel kick, right? Why not just double down on this? And we called this shit. We told you guys this was going to happen. We told you guys that the conservative movement to be anti-war was a very, very short-term thing and a very specific thing that was specifically against Biden. That's what that was. And we know that when we went out to cover when we were first getting started. This was back during the anti-war protests, where mostly conservatives and independents and libertarians showed up for the Rage Against the War machine, which was against this war. And there was something about it that seemed to be more against Biden particularly and Anthony Blinken particularly, and not against the principle of being anti-war. And so that's the thing, that this was never going to be long term. And now the nail is in the coffin, because this Laura Loomer nut job is going to bring the rest of the conservative base that was going like this. What is going on? Why isn't Trump stopping this thing? Why is he imitating the exact policies of Biden. Why? How? Because it's all the same shit. That's why. And the Democrats fell for it first. Now the Republicans are on board. Similar to the digital ID stuff. Very, very, very similar to that. So just to be clear about the elections, just to be clear, this has been the propaganda the whole way through the Biden administration up till now. The justification. This is from the Journal of Democracy. I just want to be very clear, guys. They've been propagating this bullshit. Why Ukraine's elections can wait? Huh? What? Ukrainians' first priority is defending our democracy, right? We have to defend our country from Russia. So we would rather hold fair, free, and inclusive elections than vote for the sake of voting. Vote for the sake of voting? What? Vote for the sake of democracy. What do you mean for the sake of vote? That's not the this is the narrative that we've been forced into. And this is why a lot of us on the left were like, what is going on with our apparently our anti-war party is no longer anti-war because they are into this shit. They're like, yeah, let's give them more money. Let's give them more money. Okay, so, and this is from 2024. Under normal circumstances, Ukraine would have held elections by now, and they still haven't. A whole nother 2 years, and they still haven't. They're not planning on it, guys. Just so you know, they ain't planning on it. So the same Democrats that are so worried that Trump's taking away our democracy and we're not going to have an election in 2028. Oh my God, you guys have already signed off on this. This is fine, right? Ukraine would have held elections by now for parliament last fall and president this past spring, but because of Russia's ongoing war of aggression, the country hasn't held elections since 2019. Wow. And doesn't plan to hold them anytime soon. And they were right about that. Still hasn't happened. What should we make of this in a country widely praised for its democratic resilience? Is the decision to postpone elections while the country's under attack justified? Or does it threaten Ukraine's democracy? That's not a question. That's a stupid question. They say that is a stupid question. Threaten Ukraine's democracy. Ukraine's democracy is 100% over the second you cancel the election. So it's not a threat. It's done. You've already pulled the plug. It's already over. It's done. It's done. It's like you're going to kill someone and then you're going to say, does killing him risk this person might not survive in the future? He might have long-term complications from the fact that I just murdered him. What do you guys think? That's a stupid question, right? That's a best comparison. So the guy, we just killed this guy. We just stabbed him in the heart. And now we're trying to question, was that stabbing in the guy's heart and killing him worth it? Is he going to be able to survive in the long run? You're like, you just killed him. So you just killed Ukraine's democracy. And now you're asking a philosophical question. Fucking bullshit. Total stupid. Okay. Let's get back to Larry psychopath Loomer and her actual sit down with Zelensky. This one's rich, guys. You're gonna love this. Here's a clip from that.
Message as the president of Ukraine to the people of America who are also just trying to survive. We have nearly $40 trillion of debt in our country. Americans are still trying.
And where's that money going, Laura or Larry or whatever the hell your name is? Where's that money going? I wonder if it's going to warmongering psychopaths like this fuck that you're sitting next to. We're all in this debt, but you're benefiting. The guy that she used to be critical of.
To recover from Bidenflation. We have closed borders now, but we had an invasion of our country, over 25 million illegal aliens who came in. There's an estimated 100 million foreigners, right? 65 million illegal aliens and, over 50 million people who could qualify for deportation living in America, driving up the cost of living. And I think when Americans are struggling to put gas in their cars and pay for food for their children, they want to know, why should I care about funding Ukraine? Why should I send my tax dollars overseas? So if you could explain to the viewers how protecting Ukraine ultimately protects America in the long term.
he's literally taking the playbook from Netanyahu. Watch this kind of justification of why we should care, because it'll affect us ultimately if we let them fall. Right? It's the same fucking playbook as Netanyahu.
At the very beginning of the war, nobody was with us, really. With all respect to partners, I mean, it's their internal decision to support or not.
Okay, now that's not true. You had all the support. You've lost it now. So he's rewriting history here and pretending that he's been drumming up the support, and now he has more than ever. He's flipping the timeline. You had all the support. This guy, do you guys remember? He could he could come here anytime he wanted, walk on a stage with Sean Penn, or put his head up on a screen at the Emmys or the Oscars. He could make any appearance, and people, they just love. Oh my God, he can't do that now. Just to be clear, so he's lost that support. Financially, no, he continues having that, but the public sentiment about him it's very similar. Again, very similar to Netanyahu, and he's taking a cue book of just say the thing you want it to be true, and if you say it, then it's true. That's actually a really good manipulative skill. It actually is. Just say the thing you want to be true, and then it's true. And then everyone's nodding. We'll just nod along with it.
It's true. We began the war. Before the war, we didn't have any kind of weapon, any money from the United States. It's understandable. I mean, it's okay. No question. When
you've been getting money the entire time. What are you talking about? You've never been on your own. This is what a crock of shit. Okay, go ahead.
We defended, when everybody in the world understood that Russia will not stop with Ukraine. Mm-hmm. So they began these, massively narratives that Ukraine and others who've been invited to NATO before, and it said, we've been not in NATO, but they, tried to occupy us because they wanted to build USSR, Soviet Union. I think between us, I think that Soviet Union is the most dangerous enemy for the United States. Not only for your democracy, way of life, or all these things what you said, or private sector, or business, and etc. It was during 70 years, and it will continue, because the most global idea of Putin is to take everything back. Soviet Union, republics who've been in Soviet Union, past Soviet Union republics, and also Europeans. Of course, not the United States. It's far from away, but the United States has business.
So no, he forgot the part about, well, you're far away, but if they wanted to, they would kill you. And that's the thing you get with the Death to America shit from if they really want to kill you. So it's the words that you should be threatened by. They want to kill you. So you should care about the fact that we're on the border, and they're not going to stop. Putin's not going to stop with us. He's going to keep going. And he's going to eventually take over the whole fucking world. You guys remember, this was the playbook for Biden. This was how they tricked the Democrats into this shit. And I still know there's still people here in LA that have that stupid flag up on their social media still. It's insane. This idea. So they're doing it now using Laura Loomer to trick the rest of the other half of the people that called this out 3-4 years ago. Now they're like, oh, maybe this is our second greatest ally. Maybe. Okay, well, let's look. This is real fake news. I'm going to show you guys. Let's look at CNN breaking this down, because this is where you can really see how you can twist a story, a puff piece that Laura Loomer got with AP, and really twist this thing and trying to convince the viewers that something really magical has happened here. And pretend that they're doing a real deep dive here when they're not. This is a table full of propagandists. Keep that in mind. This is not a real conversation you're about to watch.
Isn't that Zelensky would agree to meet with her? The whole thing's odd and interesting. Look, if she's going to do propaganda, I'd rather it be Zelensky's version of propaganda than Putin's. Okay, and she was regurgitating all the Putin propaganda.
Okay, now that's a giveaway. She said, I would rather it was the propaganda that suited our narrative than one that didn't. So she's saying that. I'm glad she switched teams because now we can trust the propaganda that aligns with our network and our interest are now aligned with her. So I prefer she lies with in favor of us. So do the lying and just it's nice to have a liar like that working for us. That's what she's saying, really. But I don't think she knows she's saying that. But that's what she's saying.
Propaganda before. So was Tucker Carlson. All the far right was. That's crazy. And I'm glad that she went there, right?
Yeah.
It's one thing to be keyboard warrior. It's easy to say things from the safety of the patio at Mar-a-Lago. It's much different when you go to a place. That's why we encourage journalists to get out of the newsroom. It's why we send members of Congress on codels to these places. Go see it. It might change your mind. And
that's interesting. She mentions Tucker because Tucker went to Russia to have an actual sit down with Putin. And you guys all criticized that and said that's not journalism. Interesting that it's only considered journalism if it benefits you. And then you can make the case, oh, she went there, she saw it. And that's good. Good she went there. She could get the propaganda right from his mouth. But when Tucker goes to meet with Putin, he's getting propaganda from Putin, and you don't want to have anything to do with that. So isn't that interesting? I'd say.
Form your opinion. But I'm very curious, concerned about how this all came to be, right? I mean, I covered Tulsi Gabbard going to meet with Bashar al-Assad without approval from Congress. And she came back and regurgitated his propaganda and talking points. That was very...
Oh, so you're giving us an example of when you come back from a foreign country and you regurgitate information that you weren't approved. So wait, I'm sorry. Was there a vote in Congress for Laura Loomer to go to Ukraine? I'm confused. So she's saying, again, she's only concerned when it doesn't benefit her and the station and the network and the donor class that pays their paychecks. That's it. The Western war machine, NATO, that if it doesn't benefit you now you can have a problem with it.
Very alarming. I don't know how this came to be, and I'd be curious if she went as an envoy for Trump. Did she go as a podcaster? Did she go as a private citizen?
I mean, we don't know. And David, I mean, let's just be clear here. When you see her sitting with Zelensky, part of the reason your jaw is on the floor is not just because she had these opinions about Ukraine, which were based on propaganda and a lack of any kind of experience there, but were because she has said other things. I mean, she said, if Kamala Harris wins, the White House will smell like curry. And White House speeches will be facilitated via a call center. Yeah. She said, can't even watch a Super Bowl anymore because immigrants have literally ruined everything.
I love how they choose these horrible racist tweets and not actually look at her critique on Zelensky and Ukraine. They're not going to show those tweets. It's interesting, right? Because they're discrediting her pre going to Ukraine with this nonsense that she tweeted out. But why not show us this one? Why not this one? This is a great tweet from August of 2023. Make it stop. We can't afford this slush fund and obvious money laundering anymore. I do not care about Ukraine. I mean, that is a logical response from a conservative who says, what are we doing? Why are we're all this money in debt and you're clearly money laundering. So why don't you think CNN put this tweet up when they're saying, oh, look what she used to do? Well, she used to do this. This would be more newsworthy to then reflect on this. Well, is it not money laundering anymore? All of a sudden you care about Ukraine? Why did you change? Now they asked, we like to know if she's a special envoy of Trump. Well, we know Trump is 100% on board for this. We'll get to that in a second, but let's sit a little more of this CNN fake roundtable here.
And there's a lot more where that came from, right? The image of her sitting across from Ukrainian President Zelensky in that context is incredibly powerful.
It is, and all I could think of is, my goodness, the things one has to do to save their country. And I think he decided this is something he had to do to save his country because, they call her an influencer, but the person she influences that he cares about is Donald Trump. Yeah. And if
again, it's what he's saying. It's just the word choice, right? Is save his country. It's save his narrative, save his legacy, his image, the money laundering pipeline. Like that's what he means. And it is a desperate. Of course he's desperate. It's just like I told you. He has less support than he ever has. So you have to, this is an essential move. So we do agree with that, right? But it's for image damage control and to perpetuate more of, we're not done. Putin's not done with his master plan yet, while distracting from what's going on in Israel, of course, and the nefarious behavior of the Greater Israel Project and the obsession with stealing land everywhere. Like, so doing the exact thing they're accusing Putin of, which is, it's hilarious because Putin is not an expansionist. Putin is not, he's protecting his border. He's trying to hold people accountable to contracts they signed, which we have no intention of keeping, right? The Minsk Agreement, the Minsk Accord 2. We have no intention of keeping these arrangements because we're it's all a bait and switch mechanism. That's what NATO is all about: baiting and switching, perpetuating war, manipulating narratives, and not being trustworthy with any sort of negotiation. That's on us. That's what we do. And this is why when Trump says I think we need to get out of NATO, you guys can see that's not going to happen either. And that's a shame. That would have been something. That would have been something. But it's not happening. And these guys are loving it. And I don't know why they're not doing. By the way, you guys notice they're not having this roundtable on Trump? Why not? Trump has exactly done the exact same 180. As I told you, Laura Loomer's just done it quicker. But they have what? They don't have the foresight, the hindsight. They don't have the hindsight to see that Trump is exactly done the 182. Why don't they sit around and applaud him? Wow, he's so amazing. Why aren't they doing? Ask yourself that. The network that spent the last decade, Russiagate. Why are they not sitting here right now and having a roundtable on him? But Laura Loomer, the influencer podcaster, we don't know what she's even doing. Well, Trump is the actual president of the country, and he's also done a 180, and that seems to be more significant of a story. If you really look, so why are they not doing that? That's weird, right? It's weird. They should be. Oh, look at that. We didn't lose Biden after all. We got another Biden. He's a little better at walking and finishing sentences, kind of. But it's an improvement. We've improved on the sentence finishing and the walking off in the right direction when he's done with a speech on a stage, right? So why they're not having that discussion? Really weird.
If this is what it takes, then this is what he's going to do.
I mean, Ested, what does this signal to other world leaders? I mean, if you're saying Vladimir Zelensky decided the best way to get to Donald Trump was to do what he just did.
I mean, I think it signals what world leaders have already known, which is Donald Trump cares about the folks in his proximity more than he cares about the kind of traditional channels of information or facts or a briefing or all the traditional ways leaders make decisions. You know, Loomer, I do think it's shocking just to see her in this position. I think it speaks to the blurring of lines with journalists, influencer, like all of that kind of new media happening right now. This is someone whose anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim rhetoric has been so core to their politics. She was kicked off of social media platforms and has only been back, and influence has grown in the second Trump administration. But she's had a big fight with Tucker Carlson. I think this is partly about putting distance between her and him. And I think it kind of reflects where kind of MAGA lane has transitioned, where they couldn't be against or they couldn't be against aid to Ukraine while also supporting other kind of U.S. role in intervention, particularly when we think about Israel's role in Middle East. I think you're seeing her represent the new wave in which they're willing to defend the U.S. on both fronts.
Certainly.
So yes, that's exactly right. So the MAGA split, what CNN is doing is they're championing the half of MAGA that realized that they had to be consistent when they're perpetuating war, when they're perpetuating occupation, when they're perpetuating funneling money, taxpayer money into a foreign country. They had to be consistent. So that's the part, that's the side that they're representing, that CNN is applauding. Just so you guys know, this is a warmongering network. It's always been CIA propaganda, Mossad protector, Israel First Network, go Slava Ukraine. So he's saying the half of MAGA that didn't want to be associated with Tucker, didn't want to be associated with Marjorie Taylor Greene, didn't want to be associated with Thomas Massie. This half is now doubling down to be consistent with warmongering. Yes. Money laundering. Yes. Murdering people down to the last Ukrainian. Yes. The Lindsey Graham method. It's consistent. We have to give Lindsey Graham credit for that. It's consistent. So why isn't CNN elevating the other half that is also being consistent? And they're realizing if we're going to be against Ukraine, proxy war, we have to be against Israel first policy as well, which both are about funneling our money into other foreign catastrophes that result in murdering people and making warmongers money. Why is CNN championing the warmongers and belittling the other? Well, we know the answer to that, of course. Of course. Oh, here's one more little discovery Laura Loomer had on her little trip.
Admit that you were wrong. I've met you. I've gotten to meet so many amazing people here in Ukraine. I had an amazing interview with the president. I discovered that basically I'm part Ukrainian, I guess, right? And basically, right? I guess I am Ukrainian. I guess I went from being anti-Ukraine to discovering in Ukraine that I am Ukrainian. So
I discovered I was part neo-Nazi as well as a Zionist. It's perfect. What a perfect fit for her. Wow. That's awesome.
It's quite shocking, but I appreciate everybody who has been so kind and
yeah, appreciate everyone. And again, the neo-Nazis that don't exist, they exist. They exist. They exist. This is if the bottom half, this you guys can see, this is Zelensky. He's honoring fallen Nazis killed by Russians. You have to honor the Nazis. That's what you do. That's what you do. You honor the Nazis. You fight Russians. Russia's responsible for winning World War II, taking down Hitler. The most deaths, actually, by far, millions, 20 million Russian casualties. We like to take credit for the greatest generation, Tom Hanks, Spielberg shit. We like to take credit. No, Russia took down Nazis. So that's what this is. You celebrate fallen Nazis. You give, as we know, Jon Stewart gives awards, right? You give awards, medal of honor to neo-Nazis. All of these Nazis, they wear that signage. It's real. This isn't just a couple of them. They all do it. It's the majority of the military, which we elevated. That's where a lot of the money went in 2014, was to elevate the Azov battalion. And so you'll see like a lot of these. You guys know the deal. We've been covering this the whole time, and Laura Loomer knows it too. And you know who else knows it? Trump knows it. Trump knows it. And so it's very pathetic that these news networks like CNN and BBC and MSNBC, these are ones that have been, particularly CNN and MSNBC, have been playing this Russiagate the entire way, and they can't even acknowledge that Trump is 100% on board with Ukraine now. He switched. So what do you say about that? What kind of journalism are you doing? You're not doing journalism. You're applauding this idiot, Laura Loomer, who does have a lot of influence. You're applauding her. You're not looking into the actual story. And again, you're just proving to us, the thing we've known the whole time, is that all these networks, they're all owned by the same psychopath billionaires. They pretend to be on different sides, but they elevate war, and they applaud this stuff. And they still want you to think that Trump is they think that Trump is the greatest problem we've ever had. No, Trump just sells tickets. They like that. They've always liked that. They've admitted that. They love the ratings. And that's all that is. So don't fall for that shit anymore. These mainstream media assholes. you want the real story. That's why we're here. That's why we're here to bring you guys the real fake news update, right? Not brought to you by Pfizer. All right, let's move on, guys, to the next story. We got a good one here. Actually, yeah, you know what? This one's important. Let me just cue this up real quick here. Yeah, we wanted to check in with you guys with the Lindsey Graham story, because I get it. Like, we looked at that. We covered this thing when he died, and we saw all the weird shit that went down. The timing, how it was theoretically impossible. It was technically impossible for Lindsey Graham to make it back to DC in time to be declared dead before midnight that day. That was a Saturday. It was a few weeks ago. It's very, very difficult for him to pull that off. And then we looked at the health stuff and like, well, how accurate was that versus you were literally in a bomb shelter, not a bomb. I'm sorry. You were in a drone facility. You were in a literal drone facility showing off and smirking in pictures, photo op with drones that were going to kill a bunch of Russians, like a few hours before you were dead. And like, that's bizarre stuff, right? So putting that aside, we got to understand historically speaking, that Lindsey Graham was the face, the mouthpiece, the operational tool that he actually brought more folks together on both sides of the aisle than anybody else has. And it turns out that through it all, Lindsey Graham was the most, the least divisive, the most connective, and therefore, out of all sitting congressmen and senators, all of them, Lindsey Graham actually turned out to be way worse than we thought. Not in character. We knew he was a shitty person, but in the amount of power he had behind the scenes. And this new footage has come out, and we're going to just look at some of it. And we got a few of them here. So let's just take a moment to appreciate, and I do that in quotes, appreciate the influence that a guy like this had on both sides of the aisle with this nonsensical warmongering diatribe that he couldn't help but ooze out of his mouth at any time. So this first one, this is the celebration that he couldn't help himself when the Iran war first started. And he's giddy, he's gloating, and it feels like that he feels like the best thing in the world happened, and he wants to give himself credit, which he deserves, because he played an active role in it. Here we go.
Everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. No. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that
Look what we've done here.
I know.
I almost cried.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how long have we been pushing this?
Well, I mean, you've been pushing this for years, right?
Right. It's here. I talked to Trump this morning.
It's literally.
Oh, he's jacked.
Yeah.
It's the best thing I've ever done.
Just stop here. How long have we been pushing it? You've been pushing this since 2014, I believe. 2014. So this is a 12-year investment. All administrations. You're trying to get you wanted Hillary in 2016. That's what you wanted. You hated Trump. Remember this guy hated Trump. He wanted Hillary in because Hillary was going to get Ukraine going immediately. But maybe it was for the best. Lindsey Graham's like, you know what? The long game was better. It's better that we held out. And then we had Biden do it. Biden was totally playable. This guy, you didn't even have to meet with him. You just said, oh, okay, Lindsey. You want me to blow up the Nord Stream pipeline? Okay. Oh, where's the button? Can you show me where the button is? Do I need to auto pen something? Oh, where do I go? So Lindsey Graham, so it was actually good timing to do this, because what you had more planning time, right? Through Trump's first term, from 2016 to 2020, you had this gap of time to really you had Zelensky in there. He was bombing the shit out of. He was just storming that Donbass, murdering Ukrainian and Russian people, just murdering them. And the media was protecting it the whole time. Trump was trying to look into it. You guys remember that? Trump was trying to look into it at the time. And he made a phone call to Zelensky. He goes, "What's going on? Why is I was looking at some paperwork from 2014, and it looks like that the Vice President Biden at the time was setting up these Burisma and all these crazy companies and these contractors and BlackRock and these biolabs. What the fuck?" And then Trump got he got in trouble for that big time. He got impeached. You guys remember Trump's first impeachment was looking into what Lindsey Graham is referring to here in this clip, where he's celebrating the time. Do you know how long I pushed this? Do you know how long did we push this? Well, about 12 years minimum, probably even before that. But we know at least 12 years he pushed this and then it finally happened February 28th when we bombed the shit, when Trump, Netanyahu murdered those schoolgirls. And he's so giddy. He's so giddy. Go on. You enjoy your celebration because it's the last one you're going to have. It's the last big one you're going to have here before Putin did something to you. I don't know. Before Putin took you out. What? Oh, Putin took you out to dinner? No, he took you out. He took you out though. Not to dinner. Not to dinner.
He loves blowing stuff up. So, there are a lot of people inside didn't want to do it. So I've had my challenges. But President Trump, when he gets into the zone, he listens, he asks good questions, no tweeting. He has done he hadn't tweeted much at all, no drama. He's been a great wartime president. I said last night that
he's been a great wartime president this term. Lindsey Graham could not do this with him the first time. He had to do a lot more maniacal behind the scenes shit behind his back then. And then, like I said, Biden comes in and it's he could just get this thing going. That was easy. When Biden got in, it was easy to do Ukraine. Man, that was so easy. But what he's acknowledging is Trump is now a guy that when he gets in the zone, he's like another he's an extension of me. He could just blow shit up, motherfucker. Blow shit up.
Trump and Bibi are like Roosevelt and Churchill. They're the right two guys to confront this evil.
And then another one dropped. This is a phone call with his best friend, as you call him, Bibi. And you guys can feel that there really is this sick love in the air here on this call. And I'm not trying to be fun. I'm just pay attention to there's a chemistry here between these two psychopaths on the phone.
Do you have it on speaker, Ryan?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. All right. Connecting you now.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Bibi, Lindsey.
Hey, Lindsey. How are you?
I'm just so impressed. Glad to be your friend.
I'm glad you are my friend.
I'm going to meet with the president this weekend. I'm going down to Doral. I'm going to try to get him to join with y'all in Lebanon to maybe fly some with you. Would you like that?
Yeah, I get that. I think you have a point, but I've been thinking about the other side of it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
We're concentrating right now on Iran. If we tell Hezbollah that we're going all the way, we threaten them, but if we actually do it,
okay,
then they have no reason not to go all the way against us. And right now, that's not our interest. We can do it later.
Well, okay, well, that's actually good counsel. I'll put it out there as an idea. We can always go back to it.
We can always go back to it. So this, again, it's a lot of work. He put a lot of work into this, and to get all these different wars to go at the same time. And you guys have seen the clips where he's on Air Force One with Trump, and he's like, and we're going to take out Venezuela and we're going to take out Cuba next. So this guy was never going to be content. Let's be clear. There was never going to be a time where Lindsey Graham said, okay, that's enough. We did it. We did it. We've had enough murder and mayhem and domination and stealing and gloating and tricking and money laundering. He was never going to be done. So he's done, but his policies aren't, but he's done. So one more clip that came up. This one just we just found this one this morning. I thought this was interesting. This is Lindsey Graham meeting. This is a few years back with the Biden folks, trying to figure out how to get these, as he's saying, more cities to fall. So this is a behavior, again, he's been doing the whole time through both Trump administrations. Back with Obama. So you got Obama's administration, you got Trump's first one, then Biden, and then Trump again. He's been doing this the whole way.
To be honest with you, I think about 3 to 4 weeks, we should have them in a spot where they start losing control of some cities. And what we're trying to do is just get a few cities to fall in the next month. Get the Arabs more openly involved tomorrow or by the end of the week, and just have almost irreversible momentum.
It's always about taking out cities, having them fall, right? Causing chaos. That's always what it is. All these warmongers, and Lindsey Graham's the epitome of this, right? It's just he's constantly in a state of how can we crush people? How can we crush their cities, have them fall, put them in the streets, get them desperate? You sanction the shit out of them. You create the chaos. You bring in Mossad agents, as we did in Iran. We did that. It was at New Year's, right? Remember the applauding all the tweets? We had the Mossad agents in. We had to create the chaos and then fake out that Iran executed 40,000. None of that happened. It's all staged, but you create the chaos. It's always about creating chaos. And again, Lindsey Graham was not an extremist in the sense that he was a radical side of a party. He was the guy in the middle that brought both parties, both wings together. He brought them both together, and he could do this in whatever administration that happened to be in play. Sometimes it was a little harder. He had I think the hardest time he had was during Trump's first term. I think that was the hardest, the most, where he had to be really delicate. And he was very critical of Trump that first time. And now this was he had it easy, and he got this one last celebration before Putin eventually took him out. But it's important that we remember the historical timeline here and the context here when people refer to this guy, and understand that both parties celebrated him. And that was no more apparent than after he had passed away. And you had folks like Cory Booker and others that just came out on the left and said, we might have disagreed on some stuff, but man, he was such a good guy. And as Cory Booker said, I hope he's met up with his friend in the afterlife, John McCain. And he said that. And of course, we're hearing that, and I just can't get the mental picture out of my head of the two of them burning in a hellfire pit, for eternity. Like they that's where they met up. Was deep down in the depths of hell. All right, guys, let's get on with the next story. Here's what I think we're going to need. Let me see here. We're going to be right back. I'm going to give you guys okay, let's do a quick 2 minutes. I'm going to set up the next two stories. And we'll be right back. This is, I'll leave you with this, guys. I don't know if you've seen this one. This is of course, a new Lego came out. It's appropriate after this last segment. So enjoy this one, and we'll see you guys back here in 2 minutes. This is The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass, your non-tribal approach to news channel. See you guys back here in a few minutes.
Hey, pedal done. Your empire is done. Pedal done. You started the war. You thought you would win. Now look at the mess that your country is in. Look at it. Your general's crying, your plan was a bust. The promises made are now turning to dust. Marco Rubio was sweating, he's grilled on the floor. They asked for the billions you wasted on war. You lied from day one, you keep capping a lot. But look at the straight, yeah, we got it on lock. Locked down. You're begging for mercy, you're begging for peace, while telling your media Iran wants to cease. You sure? You're losing the straight, you're losing the state, and now the whole public is drowning in hate. You told, stop talking about Epstein. Now listen to the crowd. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Louder! Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Don't stop talking about Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Louder! the Navy is gone. You promised regime change from darkness to dawn. Keep dreaming. Your beautiful B2s were flying so high, still shaking inside. You're about to cry. You stood on the stage, looking completely detached, saying, I don't care about voters, it's cash. Did he really say that? Yeah, he did. You care about ballrooms, luxury suites, while American families starve on the streets. Inflation is peaking, the economy's dead, but you worry about Israel instead. The corruption is deep, AIPAC's buying the state. Every politician's got a price on their plate. You're all just puppets dancing for funds, while Iran is standing and holding the guns. You're losing the straight, you're losing the state. And now the whole public is drowning in hate. You told, stop talking about Epstein. Now listen to the crowd. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Louder! Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Don't stop talking about Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Louder! Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. You called yourself a king, but you're just a BJ queen. The biggest disaster the White House has seen. Your empire is done, 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 done. Pedal, done, 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 done. The war is lost. You go fix your ballroom.
All right, we are back, guys. We got some show for you. If you guys are just joining us now, don't worry, you just missed you missed a little bit, but you can always go back and watch the lives again, or wait for us to upload the segments. We'll be doing that. We try to get those out in the next day or two, sometimes 3, but we get the more urgent ones out first. That I can promise you guys. We know the stuff that's more timely needs to come out. We'll get those out, and eventually we'll get them all out to you guys, because we want you to be able to share these out, especially segments, topics that really inspire you personally, and it helps you maybe with conversation, with engagement. Maybe it's something that you've been speaking out against, and it aligns with what whatever your brand is, or your voice. Let's not use the word brand. Let's say voice. It aligns with your voice. So we want to give you those tools, give you those materials that can help you have your engagements as well. And we need that. We need that type of elevation and help and support. Don't you guys hate it? Don't you effing hate it when somebody comes at you in a text? Somebody's like, or you do a post. And I've seen, people tell, I see this happen a lot. And I go, oh man, it's like, are you ready to be attacked? Because someone's like, oh, you have to prove it to me. You got to prove it. Prove it to me. You can't make that claim. I need evidence. You need to do a book report for me, you mother F. Do you feel like that? Wait a minute. I don't owe you a book report on something that you have every ability to look up and get. So that happens, right? That feeling of, I'm going to work for free for your ass because you're challenging something that I've already put the work in to do, and now I have to go figure that out. So that's okay. You guys feel that frustration, and that's fine. And I would say this: it don't get sucked up on, because you might have those things. We do. I got stuff cited. I got stuff ready to share, but it doesn't mean that people are entitled to it. You want to watch my show? I put the work in here. I'm not gonna waste my time back and forth texting with somebody because they're demand. I need links. I need links right now. And here's another tip: people that demand that from you in a very entitled way, you're not going to get a good result from them anyways, because you're gonna okay, let me send you everything you just requested. They're going to bash all of it too, because they're already starting from a place of a bad actor that's not actually willing to learn. And here's the difference: somebody that is willing to listen is going to qualify that by mentioning that either in the text or on the whatever. If it's on your post on whatever platform, they'll say to you, wow, that's a new, or I got that wrong, or I realized you were right about that. Can you tell me more? Or I'm curious. They'll give you an indication of their curiosity. So that's something that we've learned, and I just wanted to share that with you before we go on to the next story. Just wanted to share that try to understand the demeanor of that. And I know, because it's like on a text or on a post, it's hard. The subtleties get lost, right? those nuances get lost. But if you're not feeling a true sense of curiosity, don't take the bait. It's going to waste your time, and you're setting yourself up. You're working for free for somebody who is going to push back at you anyways, no matter what you share. Oh, that's not enough. Oh, you shared that, but that's that, and then they're going to criticize the platform that you shared from. They're gonna do something. So just make sure you're feeling a legitimate curiosity before you put time and effort into that. But we want those engagements. We just want them to be more real and not coming from a bad actor place. So, anyways, with that said, let me get a couple of these because we'll be talking back with you guys later in the show. But let's do a couple super chats we have right now. Thanks, Leora W. I'm still not understanding this Jules gold coin thing, but I appreciate. I guess it's an option on YouTube on the chatting on the super chat. So I appreciate that. And I guess there's another one here. So thank you for that. And there's also from Donald Duck's mom as well. Nice. I guess this is a thing. I didn't know. I'm learning about this. Whatever the 10 jewel gold coin. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Here's 2 more 100. Thank you. So thank you guys for that. I am learning about this. That's awesome. Citizen, we knew you were going to be coming in here. We got a couple from you. I'll do one right now. We're going to save some for later, but let's stipulate enemies of Loomer are our friends. Yeah, well, in a sense, yeah. I mean, I think we got to take it case by case. I'm going to say this. That's an interesting depiction here and like assessment. It's a great assessment, Citizen. I'm going to go with this. I think I've stopped doing the enemies of enemies as friends. I'm stopping to do that because that kind of puts us in these teams. And what we should be doing is looking at issue by issue, case by case on a particular topic. Yes, let's apply that on a specific topic of Ukraine. We can do that. But let's not just assume that just because we align with somebody on that topic, that means we're on the same team. Because the next issue, it's not going to be the same. It's not right. So, but I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, let's get on with the next segment. It's time for the big one. This is the one we did end up putting this. Actually, let me get in a better spot here with the mic. Okay, I think this is better with the mic. Okay, here we go. This is our top story. We're going to do our top story now. Here we go. It's time for the Fauci Diaries. And when we say Fauci Diaries, we literally mean Fauci Diaries. This was actually put out very recently. This is before the big hearing. There's a big hearing coming up tomorrow, actually. Rand Paul is leading this hearing, and he released what he's calling Fauci Diaries, or the Fauci Diary. This is the front of it, and it was released by Chairman Rand Paul. I believe last night. So, and he does it with this font to make it look like it's a diary and all that. But, like it was like written on a binder page, right? You can see like the binder paper. You guys remember the whole, wide ruled or college ruled. You guys know if you were back in the day when we were writing stuff. So this is the summary of the diary. Okay. And I'm just going to read you guys the summary, but it is fat book. It is literally 1,141 pages. And I'm going to give you guys the link if you want to go check it out. It's pretty massive. But here's just the opening summary. So during this time, as the NIAID director, NIAID director, he particularly during COVID pandemic, Fauci took malicious notes about his work. Fauci took meticulous notes about his work. He made notes of conversations, decisions, and thoughts about his action, basically just like a diary, like a journal. That's what. So he did this. All of his interactions throughout the day, just so he can keep track of it. And now we have access to all of it. This in his own historical record containing almost daily entries. So all the way back 2019. This is when he started to be an active player in planning the pandemic, which he was part of the planning of it. Later in the pandemic, he gloried in the positive attention he was receiving. as narcissists do, which we've known he's a narcissist the whole time. He glories in it. He basks in it, right? And then of course, the legacy media, and he demonized those who questioned the official narrative, like me, like that's Rand Paul, who was consistently challenging Fauci the entire way. Many entries in Fauci's daily historical account completely undermine the official narrative that Fauci and other public health officials exposed. The first alarm went straight to Fauci. On January 31st, Jeremy Farrar patched him in with a call with Christian Anderson. Eddie Holmes was already in the loop. They were not trading internet rumors. They were starting at they were staring at the food cleavage site, discussing deliberate insertion and weighing whether the virus had escaped from the laboratory. Before most Americans knew, there was an origins debate. The government's top infectious disease official was already controlling the lab scenario. January 31st of 2020. So this is getting out ahead of it to start the conversation, to make sure that the legacy media players were all in play when it was time to say that this was done by a bat and having sex with a monkey or whatever. Jon Stewart said it pretty cool once. A bat having sex with a monkey or something. Okay, so he didn't just join the process; he set it in motion. So he took the lead, right, in this whole thing. Okay, so after the January 31st warning, Fauci proposes a larger expert group. He called HHS officials, consulted Alex Azar, and brought in, and this is Francis Collins. He was the other guy that Francis Collins is one of the worst. He colluded with Fauci. There's several email chains, and that we'd already have access to before this dropped, of collusion and censorship and smearing and like the worst, character assassinating, money laundering, as far as you have to pay people. It's horrible stuff. It's all in there. The government then split the work into two tracks: a security side review through OSTP and the national academies, and an international scientific track led by Fauci and Farrar. Fauci was not on the edge of the origins inquiry. He was helping design it from the first night. And if you go through it from there, and I'm just going to read you the headlines. There's a February 1st call that not a consensus for Nature. So that's where they really got this public storyline going. Then the public story hardened, and then when questions returned, the fight moved to messaging. So I'm just going to read the bottom here. In May of 2021, and this is after the vax rollout, right? People wrote by May of 21, everybody was getting this thing. Fauci wrote that HHS public affairs officials resisted an NIH statement, proactive talking points and direct responses to congressional inquiries about Wuhan. His warning was blunt: if the government stayed quiet, it would look like we were trying to cover things up. So he understood damage control, getting ahead of stuff, right? This is exactly how deep the credibility problem had become. The flight was no longer confined to science, or the fight was no longer confined to the science. It was now about what NIH would say and what answers Congress would receive. Fauci pushed back on the FBI's lab leak case. So we actually already know all this, and I we appreciate that Rand Paul breaks this down, and that's great. But it kind of gives us a real sense of how this guy functioned, how he thought, and how he behaved publicly and how he behaved privately. Fauci's defense came down to allies and definition. So it's just about changing conversation points, changing what does gain of function actually mean. We know that definitions were changed. We know that the definition of vaccines was changed. So it's a difference of, again, what he says, what he wrote privately, and what he said publicly. So that's the gist of it. And to be honest, and I said it's 1,141 pages of a document. It doesn't, I have to tell you, it is about exposing who Fauci was as a public health official, narcissistic, willing to compromise, willing to protect himself over the health of obviously. But these are things we already knew. Is this hearing tomorrow? Are they going to get into the real mechanism of how we got into this and who was the control behind Fauci? Are we going to get and I gotta spoiler alert, no, it's not gonna. This is going to be about pinpointing Fauci and not doing anything else. Best case scenario, he takes a fall on behalf of something much more sinister and nefarious. But again, it's good that we're talking about this, and so we have to be at least good with that. Let's see how Fox News is reporting on this right now. It's interesting because Fox is doing the most coverage because they are the ones willing to go along with this idea that it was particularly the Biden administration that's to blame because that's the administration that Fauci was aligned with. He was never publicly aligned with Trump, even though Trump's doing the same exact policies as Biden on both sides, right? That's Trump's first administration and his current administration. So here's Fox, at least able to present this to their audience. A little late. I mean, it's 2026, but they're doing it. So here it is.
Rand Paul has released Anthony Fauci's diary entries, and they appear to show a man more focused on his own stardom than tackling the global pandemic that was killing people. One entry from May 2020 reads this way. Big front page article about me appeared in the Washington Post. Very flattering. The situation with my national and international fame is explosive and really unimaginable. It is not hyperbolic to say that today I am the most famous and talked about person in the country and one of the most recognizable persons in the world. Countless profiles on me. I cannot even read all the things that were written about me since I am so busy. Literally. All of that's a quote.
Not too exciting that they chose it this way. I get it. Like, oh, can you believe this narcissist? Can you believe this egomaniac? They're kind of giving him a little bit of the Trump treatment, right? This like just attention seeking whore. But like, are you really digging into it? Or are you just showing us what an asshole he was? Because we already knew he was an asshole. Oh, you guys, it didn't take much to see. He said, so like we knew. I mean, come on, you guys didn't even have to look. You guys didn't even have to look into the data of why the lockdowns were more hurtful than helpful. You don't even have to look in the data of the vaccines being more hurtful and harmful than not, which we know all that. All you got to do is watch his behavior, his mannerisms. And it's just surprising to me that a guy like that is so narcissistic, so into himself, that he could have the audacity at the time to say, I'm the king of science, and if you go against me, you're going against, you're anti-science. And how many people ate that up? It was pretty wild that he could get away with that.
By that point, nearly 100,000 Americans had already died from COVID.
Oh God, here we go. This is the Trump treatment, right? From 2020. This is he mishandled it. You could have saved more lives from the because the virus killed so many people. It's just and the obsession with nobody thinks this was a lab leak anymore. So that the fact that we're still on this, it's like we're just playing this catch-up game. It's 2026, and we're talking about the ego maniac element level of Fauci, and we're talking about lab leak, and we're talking about, can you believe all the people we could have saved from this horrible flu that killed so many people? It's very outdated, but it is interesting though that they're like ready. They're ready to take him down. They're ready to take him down. Okay, bad apple Fauci.
Now look here. These are just a few clippings taken from the doctor's diary. Donuts with his face on them, his own bobblehead, the Fauci pouchies, and a collage of first responders wearing shirts with his name on them. Fauci was bragging in his diary about his role getting lockdowns implemented. Here's what he wrote, quote, I spoke with Bill de Blasio, that was the mayor of New York at the time, as you may know, and convinced him, based on what I was saying publicly and my conversation tonight to close the NYC schools, he had already decided, based on what I was saying on TV. I had a similar call with Ann O'Leary, the chief of staff of Governor Gavin Newsom's office, and said, based on my TV appearances, the governor has decided to close the schools in California as well as the bars and restaurants. That's different than what I told The Hill.
So why are you leading in with, we already had all these people dead from, I'm trying to understand, because you're pointing out that he's this braggadocious kind of diatribe of Fauci saying, I'm the reason that I got New York to shut down schools and beaches and everything, right? I'm the reason I got Newsom to shut down California, schools, beaches, small businesses. I destroying families. And again, we've had all these like clips of him talking like this anyway. So this isn't like some new information. I'm trying to understand the angle here from Fox, because and again, like the other networks aren't even covering this at all. I mean, they're not even having these discussions really. I think if you're just watching CNN, you might not even know this hearing's going on tomorrow of Fauci. You might not know. I'm kind of seeing, or they might do like a throwaway story on it. But I'm trying to understand Fox's angle here. Are you saying that Fauci's taking credit for something he shouldn't because we needed to shut the schools down anyways? Are you realizing that we should never have are you saying that to your viewers, that we fucked up, we should never have shut anything down? Are you going to hold Gavin Newsom responsible and de Blasio responsible? And they were giving out Big Macs as incentives to get vaccinated. Are you going to hold them responsible? Or are you going to stick with this narrative that if only we had somebody that wasn't an egomaniac as our health specialist or president, right? Because Trump, the egomaniac, who literally was pushing the warp speed on the vax. And yet it's like, what is the thought process of what did we get wrong? Because again, you started this segment by saying all these people are dead from a virus. And we have this guy bragging about shutting down schools. So are you saying that we shouldn't have done the schools? Is that what you're saying? Or you're not, we should have done the schools, but we're mad because you shouldn't have been bragging about it. Is that the extent of the critique? I'm not understanding if there's any actual self-reflection here in this broadcast, or are we just playing this game that maybe Fox didn't ever have a chance to do? Fox didn't really get to do this with Trump because they had to protect Trump. But this is what MSNBC and CNN were. Their job was to make Trump look, the egomaniac element of Trump was the problem. So is that what they're doing with Fauci? The ego. It's an attack on his ego. What a narcissistic, selfish asshole. Is that the extent of the critique?
In 2022.
I wonder if you would recommend locking down schools if you had to do it all over again.
Well, again, it's first of all, I didn't recommend locking anything down. You're asking me questions. You're talking about the CDC is the public health agency that uses their epidemiologists and their science-based approach to make recommendations.
But he said they made those decisions based on what he said on TV. Fauci's obsession with his own fame seems even starker when put into numbers.
This is really bad coverage, man. This is horrible. You're showing that publicly he didn't want the credit, but privately he did. That doesn't really, that's not the assessment of ego problem. That's the way I would assess this is I would say Fauci is being careful not to publicly acknowledge this, because when it comes out that the lockdowns hurt people and shutting schools down hurt kids tremendously, hurt families, broke apart, like destroyed lives. Not having kids in school, getting them afraid of each other and touching and looking and even understanding facial nuances and learning to relationships with adults and their friends, and no touching. Zoom school, double mask, triple mask. you're saying that the problem is that inside he was taking credit, but why was he not taking credit publicly? You're not telling your viewers that part. You're just saying, oh, look, it turned out he was an asshole egomaniac. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit, saying that he can decide what's going to happen. Are you going to do any self-reflection and take responsibility that your network said, yes, shut down all the schools? Shut them all. Just shut them all down. That was you.
The phrases peer review, meta-analysis, risk-benefit, learning loss, and mental health appear a grand total of 0 times in the diary entries. Meanwhile, award, 80 mentions. Hero, 49 times. Instagram, 36 times. Selfie, 19 times. And there were 641 entries headed with the word press.
So what? So what? The guy wrote accolades. He kept tally marks of all of his accomplishments because he cared about, because he's a careerist, opportunist, cared about himself. They all do. They all do this. So effing what? In his personal diary, he wanted to give himself praise. That's your coverage. I can't believe, like, there's no reflection here on the stuff he pushed publicly. You're just upset that he bragged to himself privately. That's what you're upset about. It's so one layered. It's so one layered. Okay, well, let's see. There's some other coverage on this, and let's see if anybody goes a little further here. Here's one from, and this one's important. This is on CNBC. So Joe Curran has the former FDA commissioner Scott Gottlieb on to confront him about Fauci, and I thought this was a good moment, and this is good timing to do this before the hearing happens with Rand Paul. So check out this confrontation. Let's see if he goes any further than Fauci was an egomaniac who liked to give himself personal accolades.
Your buddy Fauci that I've asked you about in the past, you've defended him quite a bit.
Look, I mean, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of defending him.
I've asked him about whether he orchestrated a cover-up of the lab origin because of his involvement in making gain-of-function research possible again in China, which he did. He knew that would come back to haunt him, and then basically told his colleagues, go with the natural origin. It was obvious 3 years ago, Scott, to me anyway, and everybody else, that he orchestrated that.
Yeah, look, we've talked about this on the show. I think the evidence in terms of whether this was human or naturally derived, I think the side of the ledger that speaks to this potentially coming out of a lab has grown over time. And we haven't had any new evidence suggesting that this came out of a natural origin or spillover.
The latest stuff that came out about him,
it was disappointing.
Didn't he know that it was likely it was from the lab and go to great lengths and tell people to destroy emails?
Well, look, and I've looked through the emails, some of them that have been online. I think it's disappointing to see him trying to suppress alternative opinions, and that clearly was evidence from the emails.
Again, we knew all this. We saw the Fauci and Collins emails years ago saying, let's destroy the Barrington Declaration, folks. Let's destroy them. They had put out alternative, not the non one size fits all method, because Fauci wanted one size fits all, lock down everybody. You're all in quarantine for a virus that we don't know if you have, because we're going to give you fake PCR tests. And if they come up positive, you're going to believe that you have it. Because why? Because the number one symptom of COVID is no symptoms. So we got it all locked down. So we already know. We have those emails. We had all that. So it's not, again, it's nice to confront these guys on your show on CNBC, Joe Kerman confronting this asshole, this FDA commissioner, and he's just like, oh, it's disappointing. It's disappointing. It's disappointing. I've looked through the emails. Did you go through the 1,141 pages there? Probably not. But again, we're still just talking about surface stuff. about people trying to protect themselves and steer around. We're not really getting any. So I hope Rand Paul can go further. One other guy goes pretty far. Well, he's been consistent, and this is Ron Johnson. He does one more appearance on Fox where he's going to double down on the thing that we should be talking about more. We should be talking about vaccine injured people, vaccine injuries. We should be talking about how that works as far as compensation, and more importantly, taking this shit off the shelf. I wish we could have more of these conversations. And just a precursor, you guys know Ron Johnson he specifically blames everything bad on COVID on Biden, and that's the only reason he can get away with this, is that it's only the horrible things happened in that 4-year period, and that was it. He's 100% right that bad things happened in that 4-year period, but it happened before Biden came in, and it's certainly been happening after. But hey, if we can just get these 4 years being critical of those 4 years, that's something. So, but again, Ron Johnson is the only one having conversations about vaccine injured people.
Lied about that to Congress. He knew about Ralph Barrick. He knew about Peter Daszak. He knew about the labs in China. So he was fully aware of this. I think all of his lies were basically a massive cover-up of his involvement in the creation of the coronavirus to create a pandemic. Then, once that pandemic began, he focused everything on a vaccine. Not a vaccine, it's really an experimental gene therapy. Okay, sabotaged early treatment, whether it's hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, these cheap generic drugs. Instead, push remdesivir, which, by the way, nurses call it run, death is near. It knocks out your kidney. So just about everything.
You could tell it's the first time they heard that, right? You guys have heard it. We've said that one on the show, but you could just with the Oh, that's a nice little wordplay. Well, it's true, and the nurses had been saying that the whole way. Run, death is near, is because every time you give a patient remdesivir, they die. Every time you put them on a ventilator, they die. You start going, wait a minute, why? I thought we're the people that helped people, yet everybody that comes in and checks themselves in with COVID or checks themselves in with something else, and they happen to have COVID, we give them a drug that kills them, or we put them on a ventilator that suffocates them. And then they get to say goodbye to their family on a Zoom call because we want to let their family members in. So they know, they saw all that. And Ron Johnson it's again, these are the conversations that need to happen. Let's talk about the deaths, right? The deaths from the wrong treatment and the deaths, and then not being able to have ivermectin and all that stuff. And of course, rolling out the vax itself, mandating it on people, and then not accommodating them when they're injured, and then writing them off as anti-vaxxers, right? You get injured from a vax, and then you're all of a sudden an anti-vaxxer, and you get deflected, you get gaslit. So that's all great to talk about. And it's just too bad that people are hearing about even Ron Johnson talking about this for the first time, because these hearings are happening tomorrow. And okay, good. At least you're hearing about it. And you're going, I didn't know that. Okay, great.
Everything he did leading up to the creation of the coronavirus, his funding of the research that I think resulted in it, the devastating impact in the shutdowns, masking. If you ever see a little child wear a mask and yet they had to wear those masks, set back their learning. I mean, the devastation of our response, our miserably failed response, largely falls on the shoulders of Anthony Fauci and the lies he told and his hubris.
Yeah, Senator, he talks about.
So they're getting the conversation on this little Fox and Friends couch. That's great. But Ron Johnson's not going to tell you all the horrible stuff that this new team is doing. This disgusting pretend we're going to hold people accountable. Let's fire a few people, put a few more in, and then keep funneling money into pharma, into Pfizer and Moderna, which they've been doing ever since Trump's gotten back in. And RFK is the most to blame for that. Here's a clip of RFK calling out Fauci right now, yet we know what he's been up to. He's speaking on both sides of his mouth, and it's pretty pathetic. It's way harder to listen to RFK about this because we know that he's the one signing over $1 billion right now to Pfizer. That's right. RFK Jr. just gave Pfizer $1 billion for more vaccines. He just did that. But he has the audacity to say, look at the people Fauci hurt. Okay. As you're giving Pfizer more money.
In our country, because of Dr. Fauci's leadership and other reasons, we had the highest mortality rate from COVID of any country in the world. So we literally did worse than any nation in the world. We had a death rate in our country of 3,000 per million population. There were other countries, for example, Africa, all the countries in Africa averaged about 350 deaths, so 1/10 of what we had in this country. There were nations like Nigeria and Haiti that had 14 per million population, so 1/200th of what we had.
And he's talking about COVID deaths. It's very bizarre. And he goes on in this, and this interview is a little, this is the only clip I pulled, but he's very deliberate. RFK Jr. is probably the least we can trust right now because, again, he's the one in charge. He's not coming from the outside. He has way more power than Ron Johnson does. Ron Johnson and Rand Paul. They can call hearings, right? They can go gather data and just call a hearing. They do a lot. Ron Johnson does a lot of hearings on this. But RFK Jr. can actually allocate money and can actually implement laws and legislation. That's what RFK can do as the head of HHS. So he's the most dangerous of all that is going to pretend to still be going after Anthony Fauci as he used to do before he was in power. He could go after Anthony Fauci. He actually spent a lot of time suing the guy for all of his lies over the years. But now he's giving money for more vaccines, more mRNA, and to even be having this discussion right now on Fox News about what? Who had more COVID deaths? We had more COVID. That's your problem? Is COVID deaths? Your problem isn't that we tricked the numbers of COVID deaths, that we called people died of COVID that happened to have COVID that were in car accidents, and they got. You're not talking about that part. It's weird that that's your focus in this conversation right now, and then if you even bring up the vaccine, you're nobody interviewing you is going to say, RFK, did you just give $1 million? I'm sorry, $1 billion more? Did you just do that? Yeah, he did. He freaking did. So again, nobody in power right now is going to help this move forward at all. The hearing, again, I'm glad the hearing is happening, and that's great, but it gets conversations going. Nothing's going to come from it. That is the problem. So here's one more example of a fake out when you think that somebody in power is doing something right now about the mishandling of COVID and basically plotting this entire thing from the beginning. Who else is guilty of this? Our vice president is guilty of this. JD Vance goes on Rogan and wants to have an honest discussion about vaccine injuries. Let's hear him be honest here, but yet understand that there's nothing going to happen here. This is just to make you think that something is being done.
I took the vax, and I haven't been boosted or anything, but the moment where I really started to get red pilled on the whole vax thing was the sickest that I've been in the last 15 years by far was when I took the vaccine. And I've had COVID at this point 5 times. I was in bed for 2 days. My heart was racing. I was like, the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about that, even, no like serious injury, but even the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about the fact that I was as sick as I've ever been for 2 days, and the worst COVID experience I had was like a sinus infection. I'm not really willing to trade that. And you don't even, everybody that I know, or a lot of people I know, they talk about the second shot that they got of the vaccine that made them really, really sick. Well, that's a side effect, and not a side effect that we even talk about enough in this country.
No, it's also, again, we're talking about companies that have a long history of lying and being forced to pay criminal fines, and then we're giving them this exemption from being responsible for any of the side effects.
Yeah, and who do you think those big pharma companies donate to politically? in 2024? I'll give you a big fat guess.
Probably Kamala Harris.
By a significant margin.
Well, look at that. Look at that. And McCullough puts this up pretending that they were afraid, that these pharma companies were afraid of Trump coming in. It's so bizarre. If you're gonna watch this and go, oh well, Kamala didn't get in, so you should be asking yourself, well then we should be good now, right? We should have the mRNA should be off the shelves now. That your vice president is on Rogan, 11 million people listening to this, and where's this conversation take us? It doesn't take us anywhere. This is what Jimmy Dore responded to this. I think this basically sums it up. This is called a limited hangout. JD Vance admits COVID vax injured him, while Trump just gave another $1 billion to makers of COVID vax. This is what we just said. This is RFK and Trump colluding with Pfizer and gave them $1 billion freaking dollars for more mRNA vaccines. He's a psyop. So JD Vance is a psyop for the establishment, funded by the shadow government, put there to give false hope and keep people funneled into the uniparty. He's like Bernie or AOC, but for the Republicans. And it's starting to seem like that JD Vance is this voice of reason that wants to stay. He has to be careful because he has to work with, just like Bernie. Be careful. I'm working with them, but we gotta take on the whole thing. Really? Let us know how that works out for you. Let us know. And shame on Rogan for pretending that this conversation got anybody anywhere. Saying, oh yeah, oh you're right. They all wanted Kamala to win with no brain power there to go, wait a minute, maybe we were all duped into making us think that they wanted Kamala to win when they really were ready to give Larry Ellison came to the effing White House. Why are you not reminding people of that, Joe Rogan? Larry Ellison came to the White House the very first effing day. And he said, give me billions of dollars for my AI, mRNA AI doctor shit. Star, Oracle money, Israel spy shit. Why are you not getting into that? So this is Jimmy Dore nailed it there. This is just to make you think somebody's inside doing something about it and nothing's going to happen. The only thing that this is worth is conversations, and that's it. If you understand that, then take it for what it is. We're going to watch that hearing tomorrow. This is the thing. Fire again. This is tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. We put Fauci under oath. It's worth listening to. It's worth the conversation. That's all it's going to be, is a conversation. But let's not forget historical context and order of stuff. This information isn't new. It's not like, oh my God, we just found this out. We've had this for years. So we're just going to see Rand Paul go through it, and Fauci's going to have to come up with an answer. And that'll be fun to watch in an entertainment sort of way. But there's nothing else is going to come from that. That's it. And you know how I know? Because Rand Paul is putting out little music backgrounds over these little clips to get you excited. It's got a theater element to it. Here it is. This is from Rand Paul's actual Twitter. Get you guys pumped for tomorrow.
Dr. Fauci, knowing that it is a crime to lie to Congress, do you wish to retract your statement of May 11th where you claimed that the NIH never funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan?
Your microphone. Senator Paul, I have never lied before the Congress, and I do not retract that statement.
See you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. It's like a premiere. It's like you got to get your tickets, guys. Get your tickets. Big movie premiere. It's in the morning tomorrow. We'll see it. We'll watch it. We'll get it. We'll grab a bowl of popcorn before it starts, and we'll check back in with you guys next time. Okay. Let's get on with the next part of the show. I think we're ready to just move right on here. All right, guys. Appreciate all you guys coming in here, and we do have some more super chats. We'll get to those a little bit later, and bunch of great comments from you guys. We'll be discussing with you later on and talking back. But for now, a lot of good stories to come up here, so we're gonna have to bring in our co-host today to help us with them. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Tuesday, man. How are you today?
Happy Tuesday. Good, man. How are you doing?
No complaints, man. Just busy. Other than that, trying to keep up with everything. A lot going on. In fact, some of the stories I had put together actually got, thrown a little bit, crazy because of some new news that came out. So, but I'll update everyone, as we're going through it. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, we got a lot here, and also, and I know I said we kind of broke it down. Like, you're right. Like, this stuff is it's happening in real time. Like, as we're trying to put the show together, we're getting new information. It's a lot. So I'm glad you're here to help us with that. Can I just tell you off the bat, we had one more left over from earlier. We can maybe wait and put it on the end if you want, or we'll just see how it goes. We'll play it by ear. But we had the Latin America Israeli expansion update on all the, basically. I wanted to cover it. I could do it later on, but just we can throw it in there, see how it goes, but just let you know.
Let's see how time allows. Let's see how time allows. So
we'll play it by ear. Yeah. We'll play it by ear. I guess we'll start with the artificial insanity. Yeah, you want to get? We'll start with that one.
Let's do. Oh, by the way, good news. They do actually have a bill to legalize marijuana federally, nationally. So I just got to put that out there for all the viewers. So I would love for that to go through. But, this could just be more getting our hopes up just to, rug pull us. But yeah, let's get into the AI.
Okay, here we go. You guys like this intro. I know you do. Here we are.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things,
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
We're living in an insane time. This AI technocratic world that there's no turning back, guys. We are in it for the long run, and the resistance movement is starting. The John Connor movement is starting. Skynet is here. So let's look at the updates right now in this artificial insanity world. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott. We got this information, and I know you guys may have seen this story, but it seems that these AI companies are doing the thing that you would expect from the most malicious, just nefarious people that have to control everything. And when we say control everything, we're talking information. That's what this is about. The control information. Information is now the new currency, the new oil. It's whoever has it wins. So how do you make sure you have all the information? One way to do that is to make sure nobody else has any information. So you got to get rid of it. Here's what's going on. AI companies are bulk buying rare books. They're scanning them through high-speed machines that cut the spines off and shredding the originals. A service called ISBN DB facilitates orders of up to 1 million books and keeps buyers anonymous. Oh, wow. Why would they want to be anonymous? Pre-2022 books are premium because they're free of AI-generated text. A federal judge ruled the practice is fair use because eliminating the original means only one copy exists at a time. Anthropic, I thought they were the lesser of all the evils there. No. Anthropic hired the former head of Google Books partnerships to obtain all the books in the world. There's a nice little shot of ancient times. We're never going to have, these are all going away, and they're going away not organically. They're going away in a very crooked, diabolical way. So of course there's people that are skeptical. Oh, this can't be true. Some folks, they don't believe that a principled AI company, and that's what we heard about Anthropic. Anthropic was the principled one, right? Because they knew how to step back, right, Jay?
Yeah,
right?
They did. Those are the good guys, man.
The good guys that said we had enough of Trump using our technology to murder people. Well, we didn't mind him murdering people overseas. We got a little worried when it was going to be used on people here. So then we got, trepidatious about it. Anyways, the principled company, this is Anthropic. So people don't believe that they would actually destroy the books after they sucked all the information out of for their models. Even one-of-a-kind books and manuscripts. Here it is. They literally admit this in open court. Here's a little screenshot of it, but you could see in the box, they're saying that Anthropic, it purchased millions of copies to build a research library, and then it destroyed each print copy while replacing it with a digital copy. Why would you have to destroy it? Couldn't you just take the information? What is this, Jay? Why is this need to destroy? And they're admitting it. And is that and what's going to come from this? Are they going to? I guess is it not illegal to do this? Is there anyone going to be held accountable here?
No, I mean, they're obeying the law. It's already been upheld in court that it's a legal practice for them to be doing it. So I guess the point is twofold. Number one, to destroy, like old information, or at least ensure that some people don't get their hands on it. But then number two, ensure that only approved people have access to the old information, right? Because the last thing you would want is like unapproved people learning about real history and what people's opinions were, at one point in time. Like, I'm sure, if they have their way, 100 years from now, it'll just be a myth that there was once a country called Palestine, if they have their way. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that'll be a complete myth. They can buy up all the books, that have Palestine written on the map, and they can edit it out and then change the word to Israel, so people think that it was always Israel there at that point in time. So that's just an example of how it can be used. What I'm really worried about, though, is ancient history, because the further back you go, the less we actually know about what happened, and the more rare that information is. And I think the secret societies that I believe are actually at the top of everything, they do have a pretty big obsession with the earliest parts, of humanity. So yeah, this is pretty scary.
Oh, it's very scary, and I think that they got this. I think this was pre-planned. They know what they're doing, and I think, and it gets me wondering about the next step, because if this is legal, then we're going to keep doing it, and all the books are going to be gone. We know that. Oh, we know this. We know they're taking out remember the pre King James Bible. Now that's going to be gone. That's an easy fix. Why do you need that? You don't need that one in print anymore. We got the one. We got the assigned Judeo-Christian, right? That's
really quick. Yeah. People don't realize that the Bible evolves over time, right? And people don't understand that there are differences in how things are worded and how they're explained in every version of the Bible that gets updated. I remember actually once, I was thinking about joining a church once upon a time, and I had brought a King James Bible, to the Bible study that they had. And there was one passage, I don't remember it off the top of my head, but long story short, it was a passage in the Old Testament that they changed the wording in the newer version of the Bible to make it seem like in that sentence they were specifically talking about Jesus. But in the old King James version, it was a lot more vague, and it didn't really give that same hint towards Jesus Christ. Because one of the things is, some people say the Old Testament doesn't really mention Jesus that much, and then he pops out of nowhere, in the New Testament. So as they update the Bible, they try to put clues into the Old Testament to make it seem like they were always planning, and talking about Jesus, like from those times. So yeah, it's already kind of happening, in that way. But now they're going to erase all the old versions, so you can't go in and inspect what changes have been made over time and try to determine, why these changes are being made, because that can tell you how people want to manipulate you. They can't have that.
Once they're done with this, Jay, I worry that's when. So they figured out the order. You got to have private companies do it first, so it doesn't look like it's any sort of political motivation or government operation. Once you get the private companies to do this, then you set up a government regulation program that will then approve or disapprove. And we see this model with pharma, right? The model is you let the private companies do all the destruction, and then you set up these fake companies to oversee and then it becomes this revolving door of it looks as if they're keeping it's some sort of mechanism of keeping them in line. But when you have you'll have what they're going to do is they're going to have a new 3-letter agency that's going to be in charge of telling you whether it's approved or not. The information that you uphold is whether it's approved or not. And so if you have an old book, they're like, well, that's not approved by the official agency that is there to tell you, right? That's what's coming. It's going to be
a great point. And people don't realize like how blatant it is in America. Like say, for example, the FDA, right?
We're talking like it's like Europe, the FDA. Yeah.
In Europe, they have to prove that the ingredient is safe before they put it into the food. In America, you have to prove it's poisonous before they have to take it out of the food. So we're essentially a testing ground, like for all this stuff. So like the way those approvals and like almost every agency is funded by the companies it's supposed to be regulating. So
and this is how they're going to get away with this erasing of information, erasing of history, rewriting of history. That's what we're calling today's show. It's a rewriting. It's the erasing of history, reformatting it. Even if we speak up, say, well, we have it in our hand. Like this is the original. This is the Bible before 1912, and it's not anything like. But they're going to say, well, that's not approved by the agency. So it doesn't. So it's not. And it's just like the FDA. Well, that's it. Hey, ivermectin works, Jay. We know it does. We have plenty of stuff. It's not approved by the FDA though for COVID. I remember family friends telling me that. They say, is it approved by the? Well, no, but that's not a trust.
It's approved by the FDA, just not recommended as a COVID treatment. But
it was not recommended. It's not recommended. That means that means we can't trust it. And so that's what's going to happen with our information. If it's not approved by this government agency that they're probably putting together right now to back up the fact that these companies like Anthropic are doing this shit, getting rid of stuff. So when we say, well, what about this? They're going to say, well, that's not, no. You have to be approved and be in the system, the approved state narrative system as set up by these really courageous companies that love to put people before power and people over profit, right? And they got that whole thing set up so you guys know what approved information is and what isn't. And anything before this date, unless it's get a special exception, we will not approve it. We will deem it as misinformation, and you better burn it yourself, or we're going to come knock on your door and we're going to take it from you, because it's dangerous for you to have that when it's not approved by the government agency. That's what I think is going to happen. But speaking of foreseeing stuff, I think this was a great reference here, Jay. The 1975 dystopian movie Rollerball, which I guess there was a remake that wasn't as good, but I don't know. I didn't see either of them, but I think I know the story. So the story is about corporate blocks ruled the world. The hero, Jonathan, discovers all books have been digitalized and edited to suit the narrative for the corporations from 1975. And they put the timeline to be in 2018. Wow. There it is. They always warn us in the movies, right? What's coming. And I don't think these are warnings. I think they're ways to get our subconscious to be okay with it when it happens, because there'll be like this little trigger of, oh, I think that kind of makes sense. I saw that somewhere. And it's like in our subconscious. It's like it gets us ready for it. And we talk about the same with Minority Report, gets us ready for when they have pre-crime. We go, oh, that makes sense.
It's that, and it's also essentially helping us manifest it right now, right?
Yes,
because if we all believe the future is going to be shitty, you just got to decide what type of shitty future, we're going to have. Then you're going to take actions today that prepare you for a shitty future instead of trying to work to build a good future. So that's why, if you do really look at how movies portray the future, you cannot find a recent movie that's come out that shows a positive vision for the future. And I think that is actually a fairly big change to, like how movies were in the past. So, it really would be nice if the CIA didn't control Hollywood. That would be really nice. But
Yeah. All right. Well, let's switch over to the other part of the story, which is what's going on with the flock cameras.
I did call this, Matt. As we get into this section, remember, I did speak about this. Like, I've been speaking about this for a while, but sorry, keep going. Yeah.
No. This is why we're tagging it on here, because this is I think people were getting kind of excited. We were a little excited that some of these flock cameras were being shut down. We covered all the protests, the ones we recommended that you go to your city council and protest. If you insist on destroying them yourselves, we're not going to be angry about it, but do what you got to do. But we recommend you or speak out. Either way, they've been very successful in a lot of places, but we just want people to know that this is not the end game here. And flock might be, it's a switch out that might be happening here, it seems. So from Jason Basler, let's set the record straight. We do not want flock. We do not want Axon. So Axon is taking a lot of these contracts that flock is losing, which is just as bad, if not worse. And then again, there's a third one, actually, Motorola. We don't want any of them. So don't be fooled for this. We don't want anyone building a database of our daily lives. We just want to live without being tracked, monitored, logged, profiled, or monetized. Just leave us alone. And I think that we need to educate people on all the different options here, because this is what's going on here. This is what's happening. It's cities are ditching flock safety cameras, then they're hiring Axon to do the same job. So that's happening, and that's something that I think we don't want to drop the ball on, right? We don't want people to be like, oh, we did it, right? Mission accomplished, and then what do you know? Axon's coming in to do the same thing, or Motorola, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. And they're already thinking like 3 steps ahead, man. It's not just Axon. They're building drones to do like the exact same thing too. So you can cut down a pole. They're going to continue to make the poles stronger and stronger, but how many people can shoot a drone, out of the sky? So, we have to come up with a system that just makes it more difficult and to track people without any accountability. And we have to know who is tracking us at all times, and they have to be able to explain themselves. I think that is the way we can actually push back against this permanently, is that if we're in control of our digital footprint and we know when it's being accessed, how it's being accessed. Because as you guys are going to see, I think you put in the one with the police database, right? Did I send that to you in time or no?
We have the data center executive order, but I have this the next one down. Let me put this one up, because I think this is important here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. So
yeah, go ahead on this.
Yeah, so just to summarize it, so I pulled the actual police logs from my new favorite website, haveibeenflock.com. 233 million searches that they have been able to get via FOIA requests. And here's what fighting crime actually looks like. 84% had no case number at all. The most common reason the cop typed in the box, blank, nothing. Only about 9% were even tagged as a real crime. Test and training showed up as reasons, run on real people's cars. The FBI and Homeland Security were wired into local camera networks your town never signed off on.
Wow.
So what is Flock? And then she just goes into, a little bit more about what Flock does and how it works. We've covered it before, but long story short, it tracks your face, it tracks your license plate, and it also tracks all of your Bluetooth devices whenever you get around it. So it's tracking you, in multiple different ways. So, what I want people to take away from this, right, is if we had the system that was set up in Estonia, you wouldn't have to do a FOIA request after the fact. In Estonia, doctors cannot even access your medical profile without getting permission from you first. So if we apply that same logic to these cameras, police can't just go in there and randomly start tracking people. They have to have a real reason to do it, and unless it's something that's related to like an actual justifiable like security risk, then they simply can't do it. So like there are ways to prevent people from abusing the system. And I believe that starts with ownership and control over how our digital footprint is accessed and shared. So yes, let's push back on all of these different companies right now that are weaponizing it, but we also have to look at what is the long-term solution here. And in my opinion, it's decentralized digital identity where you control how your information is shared. So because otherwise you're gonna have to chop off like whack-a-mole. That's all it's going to be. It's going to be whack-a-mole every time. So we need a solution that isn't just stopping each one of these companies every time they pop up.
And we know everybody in that position of power is abusing this. Every single person in that chain, whether it's the police, which we just saw in that report, or it's these federal companies coming in from the shadows and stealing the information from the police, who are like, wait a minute, we were the ones that were going to control all this shit. We didn't want you to. So they're all in on it. They're all doing it.
It's not just the federal agencies or the police. It's also the independent contractors.
Yes.
That's what Edward Snowden taught us, right? Edward Snowden didn't even work directly for the NSA. He was an independent contractor that worked with the NSA. So that's even less accountability. So that's why, like, we don't know who's accessing the system, guys. Like, just think about one thing, right? Almost every, great drug lord there's ever been has been connected to federal agencies, right? In one way, shape, or form. So who really, like, are they giving access to this information to, man? Like, when they want to get their dirty work done, like, they can contract it out to the worst parts, like, of the world. So, you never know, guys. We really need some accountability here.
So speaking of Edward Snowden, here's a clip he put out, and I found this earlier, and I think this is a good place to put this. He's gonna warn us what the system that's being built here, and we already know this, that they've been doing this. So it doesn't matter, like we said, it doesn't matter if it's Flock or Axon or Motorola. They're doing this, and this isn't designed to discourage you guys from the protest is working, but just don't stop at Flock. That's the point. Don't stop. We might have been doing a disservice to focus on Flock this whole time, but this is way bigger than one company. They can always switch out, but they can always swap them out. It's not it's not about Flock, it's about this. So let's hear it from Edward Snowden here.
Yep.
What they call the social credit system. If any of these family photos, if any of your activities online, if your purchases, if your associations, if your friends are in any way different from what the government or the powers that be of the moment would like them to be, you're no longer able to purchase train tickets. You're no longer able to board an airplane. You may not be able to get a passport. You may not be eligible for a job. You might not be able to work for the government. All of these things are increasingly being created and programmed and decided by algorithms. And those algorithms are fueled by precisely the innocent data that our devices are creating all of the time, constantly, invisibly, quietly, right now. Our devices are casting all of these records that we do not see being created that in aggregate seem very innocent. You were at Starbucks at this time. You went to the hospital afterwards. You spent a long time at the hospital. After you left the hospital, you made a phone call. You made a phone call to your mother. You talked to her until the middle of the night. The hospital was an oncology clinic. Even if you can't see the content of these communications, the activity records, what the government calls metadata, which they argue they do not need a warrant to collect. tells the whole story. And these activity records are being created and shared and collected and intercepted constantly by companies and governments. And ultimately, it means as they sell these, as they trade these, as they make their businesses on the backs of these records, what they are selling is not information. What they are selling is us. They're selling our future. They're selling our past. They are selling our history, our identity, and ultimately, they are stealing our power and making our stories work for them. What they
Yep.
I know I just told everyone don't be discouraged here, but man, when I think about the gravity of what he's saying, it doesn't just go beyond Flock and Axon and Motorola. This is like, even if we destroyed all of that tracking systems that they were trying to install in every single, block and like schoolyard, and they hide them behind the speed sensors, right? They're everywhere. We're doing it on our phones. We're already doing it. We're already giving them all that data about what we're, like you said, what we're doing, where we're going. They're coming up with this information grid, and they're using it. They're going to use it as a social credit system, obviously, against us. So I mean, it's like there's so many components at play here. It is a little discouraging to say, even if we shut down one of them or two of them or three of them, these other ones are still in play. It's not. It's hard to see a world in which we win this war.
That's why I keep bringing up the decentralized ID, Matt. It really does solve these problems, man. Like, I really think people need to understand how much of a game changer it can be, because long story short, it means that people can't just access your information, for no reason, whenever they feel like. Like when the police just left it blank in all of those searches, they simply wouldn't be able to do that. So, that's, like a large amount. So I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it can't still be abused in certain ways, but like you make it a lot harder to do it. Like, I think about it like this, right? Murder is illegal, but murders still happen, right? But if murder was not illegal, more murders would probably happen. So decentralized ID is a way to protect our privacy. That doesn't mean we'll never have privacy abuses, but it makes it a lot harder, to abuse it the way it's looking right now. So like, I just encourage everyone to really look at what's, the system they built in Estonia. And here's the thing, right? The powers that be, big tech knows how advanced Estonia is, but they pretend it doesn't exist whenever they're having these conversations about privacy discussions. And they also happen to be, I believe, the most aggressive country in Europe, other than the UK, against Russia. So the sad part is that if a war really does happen between Russia and Europe, Estonia is probably going to be one of the first places to feel the brunt of that. And that system that they built over there that we should be learning from may be in jeopardy. So while it's there, I really encourage everyone to look into what they have, because I think that's a really good starting point that could help, give us that positive vision. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, Matt. It's just that we're not even heading down in the tunnel right now. We're going in another direction, and it's not heaven. It's not heaven. Like, like I'm telling you, there is a positive, there could be a positive thing at the end if we know what to ask for.
Well, before we get to that end, I think we got to put this one up there. It's not the greatest of news is here that our own president is starting to really, he's starting to really dig this data center thing, right? That's really cool. Like he kind of took a look at it. It's more lying. It's more than lying. It's treason. There's an executive order 14318. Trump just made data centers military installations, which means they can't be stopped. Oh boy, who's he working for? Well, I mean, that's a question for another time. But let's hear this. What Trump is up to here.
You have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it. So these are the smartest people. Most of you in this room, we have a couple probably on the other side of things. They disagree, but I don't know how they can disagree. your community and your state's going to become rich, and there's very little disruption. And again, if you don't take all that money, somebody else is going to take it. You might as well do it yourself. So
Holy
You're
crap.
going to get rich, Matt. If you just let the data centers be built, you'll be right up there with Elon Musk, man. I'm sure, man.
Oh, and this is what I mean. It's right here. This is a Secretary of Defense shall pursue to get this a little bigger here if we can see it. 10 USC 2667 or other applicable law as when the Secretary of Defense deems it necessary or desirable, identify suitable sites on military installations. So he's this is the accelerating the federal permitting of data centers infrastructure.
So think about what that means, right?
Yeah.
That means if you were to, protest the data center, and if you not necessarily protest it, but if you say spray painted a data center, they will treat that like you attacked the U.S. military.
Hence, you're a domestic terrorist for protest. Yeah. That's wow. I hope people are seeing this. That this isn't a Trump problem. I'm telling you, man, this is so much bigger. He's just the guy they brought in to get the other half of the country into the digital ID thing because the Democrats were already into it. So get him in, and he's gonna change everybody's mind. Go, oh yeah, this is for safety. Oh yeah, protect us from those illegals, and let's all get tapped in. And anybody has a problem with it, well, they're a domestic terrorist. So we know how that works.
Exactly.
All right.
Not a great direction, but like I said, there is a long-term, solution for it. At least the privacy side, the data center stuff, that's a tougher one to deal with. But the good thing is that people are actually aware of that. I don't know. What would you say people are more aware about, the Flock stuff or the data center stuff? I feel like the data center stuff is actually touching more people right now, and it's actually uniting people on the right and the left at this point. So
I think the people that know about Flock, it's also uniting people on left and right. It does not feel like it's political, but I think you're right. I think there's more people aware of the data centers, because we have viewers that tell us that, family members across the country that their lives have been affected. They can see it. They can wake up and go, what is that hum? Why is we know that people's electric bills have shot up. We know there's so many problems, the environmental issues. They're affected. They're ready to take this on. And I like that they're not blaming it solely on Trump. Like if only we got Kamala in. And that part's important, Jay. I think and that's one of the reasons we do this show. Not the only reason, but one of the reasons we do the show is to keep a perspective for people to understand that this isn't about, the next election we gotta get this because we gotta get the good guys back. No. So I do think that part's really good, that people aren't, because it would be easy to be like, oh, Trump did this. He's nefariously, uniquely evil. No, our system is doing this together. They're okay. With that said, the Flock stuff, and we should stop calling it Flock because it's all of it, right? It's Axon. It's what should we call this something else? We've been calling it Flock cameras, but it's really whatever company.
The all-seeing eye.
The all-seeing eye. So I guess by default we've been calling it Flock, but I'll tell you, people don't know about Axon. They don't know about Motorola. A lot of people still don't know about Flock. I was actually at a press event for Court TV. I was helping on this local trial here in LA, and just doing the thing at the local courthouse and talking to some other cameramen and other people out there. And I'll just tell us really quick. So there's this murder case going on, where a guy ran over 4 people here in it was on Fort. He killed 4 people. This kid, rich guy. So rich kid gets all this money. He gets to drag the trial out. It was 3 years ago, and he's still he just had a hearing yesterday. A hearing yesterday. Again, stalling it out. But he's eventually going to get convicted. He's not in the billionaire class, so he will get convicted. It's just a matter of stalling.
Affluenza doesn't work for him.
That's right.
Affluenza excuse. Got you. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So we're talking about it, and like, and some of everybody, all the media people, we're all like huddling around. The media people are like, man, we really got to get some more safety precautions here out here on the PCH. We got to have more. So they're trying to be like trying to be activism type. Like they're like, oh, we got to get some speed signs. We got to get. Why don't they do that? And I was like, I don't know if that's going to be a problem for much longer. I'm sure you're going to see a lot of speed signs going up wherever they can have an excuse to pull. And they're all looking at me like, why would they just? We've been trying to do it for years. They aren't doing it. And look what happened. I go, well, they're going to do it now because of the flock cameras, right? And they all looked at me. The whole group, they were just like, what's flock? I was like, you guys are working for these like local news channels. Like these are actual media people, man.
Yeah.
I'm the only one standing there. This was yesterday. I was like, so you don't know? Okay, well, I'll give you a little briefing. And they just had these looks like, huh. And then that was like kind of the end of they just kind of, all right, well.
Trailed off, yeah. And
trailed off.
Yeah.
And I was like,
well, yeah, and people don't realize how widespread it is, because at one point they were even doing programs and like incentivizing businesses to like put it up outside of the businesses, and they would even pay the businesses, like for putting the cameras up outside of there. So it was like a win-win. They tell you, like, oh, if anyone tries to rob you, we'll have them, you'll be connected to the network and you'll get paid, like for owning this. You don't even have to buy it. So like, it's so widespread. It's not just with the city governments. It's also with the private businesses, and it's a lot trickier to get rid of from private businesses because businesses can kind of do what they want, right? Like you can't tell a business, who to contract your security cameras with. So, it's a tough problem to deal with for sure.
Yeah.
But one thing I'll say though, everyone who's animated about Flock understands the role the data centers play, like in this situation. So when you have someone who's aware of Flock, you get 2 for 1.
You get 2 for 1.
So yeah.
Good. Well, good. We're making some progress.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on here. I think we can get to the Charlie Kirk story. Yes.
Yep. Let's do it.
I start. You'll have to roll along with me on this one. I pulled a couple.
You're the expert here, man. I've seen a couple things on it here and there, but this will be breaking news to me too. So yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So we'll start with this. The Charlie Kirk update. As you guys know, we've been obviously covering this from the beginning. We've been asking the right questions, and a lot of others have too. We're it's a small group, but a loud group, right? That are getting this right. That are not. This is not, these crazy fringe people. I know they like Candace Owens gets made this person that is she's the problem. She's got apparently has all this power that the way she conducts her investigation is the problem. Is Erica Kirk is more mad at Candace Owens than she is at the person who killed her husband. And she's made that very clear. We're not just saying she said that. I forgive the person who killed my husband. I do not forgive people like Candace Owens who won't stop asking questions. That's basically the gist of it. So we know we're on the right side when we continue asking questions. Well, look, I do think that the attacks against Candace, they're starting to eat her up a little bit. I do understand that this is a hard place to be in. There's not that many. It's a very it's a tough place to be when people are attacking you all the time for just trying to ask questions and do the work. Whatever it is, she said this. So Candace said that she felt, and this is just an opinion, she felt that the timing of TPUSA getting invited to the White House the same time that Netanyahu's coming, which is today, and we're going to get to that story later, that there was an interesting element of that timing, and that she was getting concerned about what that meeting, if that was something they were going to do together. And then she gets bashed about even asking that question. And this was made very clear. If you guys look this up you'll see that they came back at her and said, no, this is a bullshit. TPUSA, Andrew Kovitz, he denies that there's a White House visit at all after Candace Owens claims, and this was based on a tip. She got the tip. So there, again, another opportunity to make Candace Owens look like she's just making stuff up. When she's having actual people give her information and tips And when appropriate, she releases stuff and at the right time. And we've been, like Jay said, we've been following this the whole time. So we're going to let this one sit unless we hear otherwise. If they're able to keep this, if this meeting's happening, if it's secret, we'll see. But someone did tip Candace Owens on this meeting. So we don't know. We can't tell you guys. We just don't have the timestamp on it. So, but we'll keep our eyes open on that. In the meantime, Candace did release these texts. She's going to tell you about the very important conversation between her and Charlie. And this says so much more about Charlie's state of paranoia, Charlie's state of I might be heading to the end. He was in a frantic place, and who wouldn't be? When as he said himself, he had the best security on the planet. He told Bill Maher that they're Israeli. They do things you don't even imagine, their abilities. So once those people get mad at you, I'm sure you and me and everybody watching would also be just as paranoid as Charlie got. Here is that text message. Candace will show you to you. And these check out. These are real text messages between the two of them.
Not apologize for saying genocide is always wrong. Charlie said, good. He continues. I've told all the Jews recently to go to hell who try and tell me to stop. I said, it's unreal. It's an implicit threat. He said, BTW did the flight workout, okay? I was 40 weeks pregnant and he was helping me to find a plane last second. And I said, by the way, you are featured in my Tucker interview that just dropped. I defended you hardcore. I forgot to mention that he just dropped it. And he said, thank you. We are on the same team. Screw these people. And I said around the 20-minute mark. And he said, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Very few of us are willing to stand up to the cabal right now. I said, thank you so much for having my back. You know, I have yours. I'm really so disgusted by what they did to you. Years of service to the pro-Israel cause and no one cares, treating you like you are only as good as what you can do to them. The plane worked out great today. Thank you so much. It made all the difference. This pregnant, LOL, I'm literally 40 weeks. And he wrote, absolutely, we are on the same team. People are waking up and it is finally happening. He continued, it is so transactional. I am repulsed by it. For years, I was called a Jewish shill. And now they say, I am a Hamas agent. Screw them. The game has changed. So that's a snippet in.
Before she responds here, Jay, what are your thoughts on I mean, I don't know why she waited on this. It is harsh. There's some harsh language, especially at the beginning. And we heard him, you could say that, oh, it's such an anti-Semitic rant. What's going on here? And isn't that interesting that he's saying things that we would be condemned as anti-Semites for saying anything like Charlie just texted that. Yet he has a monument, a mural in Tel Aviv, and he's their greatest ally, and they know he did these texts. So what's your thought on it off the bat?
So clearly, if you want to nitpick his words, maybe it's possible to do that. But if you look at who Charlie Kirk was, right, he just told you that his security were Israelis, right? So clearly there were Israelis and Jews that he liked personally and he got along with fine. But at that particular moment, he was being attacked by some people, and the common element among those people who were attacking them happened to be Jews. And as he was in the heat of the moment, he said something that you might be able to nitpick and say he could have said that better. But at the end of the day, the reason why I know something real bad is going on and people close to him were involved was because of the fact that all of this change in his outward rhetoric that happened leading up to his death has been brushed under the rug. TP, you got Erica Kirk with this Shabbat Shalom, stupidity, saying, oh, he would come home on Fridays and say Shabbat Shalom. You see TP USA doing this gigantic pivot to being pro-Israel and no longer inviting people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson that he was doing before, his untimely death. So, at the end of the days, if you look at who benefited the most from his death, I think that's the best way to figure out what's actually going on over here. And the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu was the first world leader to come out and be like, yeah, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, before it was even really fully confirmed that the man was dead is really suspect. The fact that they put this gigantic mural of him in Israel just shows you that they wanted to change the whole legacy. And they did the same thing with MLK, right? You know, a lot of times people will put out an MLK quote saying that he supported, you know, the idea of like Israel to exist and make it seem like he was a unquestioning Zionist, but he also supported the right of Palestinians to have a state and all that too, right? So they try to nitpick people's legacy and then change it, and then they try to tell you what that person was, and they pretend that he didn't evolve. And lastly, the same thing with Malcolm X. Before Malcolm X died, he was ready to unite with people of all races, all religions, to move the world to a better place. But now when you hear about him, unless you go deep into the weeds, a lot of people think that he was a black extremist who advocated for violence towards white people. And that was never the case. At one point, he was pro self-defense, but he never just advocated for blatant violence. So, but they won't acknowledge the transformation he made at the end of his life. And we saw a transformation happen with Charlie Kirk that's being swept under the rug. And the Zionist cause benefits from it. Erica Kirk herself benefit from it, and TPUSA all benefit from it. So those are people that I have major questions about.
And while we're on this segment, I want to emphasize this point. And we started with Candace, and we know that she's become this punching bag of the entire movement of journalism and asking questions and saying, why is this Tyler Robinson trial a complete scam? Because everything about it it doesn't make any freaking sense that this kid, by the way, the kid was supposed to, I believe the kid was supposed to be killed. That was the plan. He outsmarted them or didn't get MK Ultra'd enough that he had to show up to the police station. They're like, oh shit, he wasn't supposed to do that. What do we do? So all of this are important. So let's take the focus away from Candace for just a moment. And just to remind you guys that there are other people also looking into things. And this is not about Candace Owens. It just isn't. She happened to have this relationship. Only she has those text messages between her and Charlie. And it's important to show that. And her intimate relationship here, that her word could have some value. But when you're talking about conducting an investigation, any one of us can do this. Any one of us. And we saw somebody else that I didn't know was even on the scene here. This is Val Venus. He's a former WWE champion. He's looking at footage and he's saying, let me show you how, if anybody with half a brain watching this can see that there is clearly something happening besides this kid on the roof shooting him through the heart. That didn't happen. There's a device that's being controlled from the microphone that was put on under his shirt. Watch this, just this simple coverage. And this has nothing to do with Candace Owens on this one. This is Val Venus doing this one.
Take a look at this man right here, folks. This is Charlie Kirk's security guy. He appears to have a palm gun in his right hand, and he aims it at Charlie Kirk and squeezes the palm gun, firing off a round directly into Charlie Kirk's neck.
So this is a different theory. That's right. He's going with it was done directly from here. I think it might be a remote from there, but he's saying it's directly into his neck. It's another theory. It's another thing that, again, if there's an actual hearing going on against the guy they're saying did it, and Erica Kirk's already saying, I forgive you, Tyler Robinson, when there hasn't even been an actual real trial yet, why are we not looking at every possible theory? This reminds me of JFK, where you're like, there's so many components to this.
It's so much worse. It's so much worse than the magic bullet theory. Because, like, if you look at the actual explanation they're giving of what the bullet did, they're saying that his neck is stronger than like reinforced steel or something like that. Because the bullet that he got shot with blows through steel, and blows through pigs, it blows through everything at that distance, right, that Tyler Robinson supposedly shot him from. But they said the bullet got deflected down by his neck and it went straight down. So it makes absolutely no sense. So I'll be honest with you, right? I don't know if the plan was for Tyler Robinson to die. I actually think what they wanted to do by, assuming, what I think they wanted to do was make an example out of Charlie Kirk, right? And the example was, if you become enough of a problem for us, then we will kill you and get away with it. Because by putting Tyler Robinson in jail, even though the story doesn't make any sense and he's clearly innocent, what we're seeing is that for so long, no real investigation is happening. So what are the chances that the actual killer, the guy who pulled the trigger, is found? It gets less and less, right? If there's one thing you know from working First 48, if they don't have solid leads in the first 48 hours, the chances of solving the case go down and down and down, less and less. So what I think they did was they killed him and they came up with a stupid story that would be obviously fake, to scare the rest of the establishment into making sure if you get out of line, you will end up exactly like Charlie Kirk and will get away with it.
Yeah. And they did have a story. Do you remember they first blamed it on the old dude, the guy that happened to be at 9/11, the guy that happened, they already did a little, it's called a misdirect, right? They made your eyes go over here while they had a few hours to go clean up stuff over there. And that's where you got the whole, let's call the cement crew over the weekend and get that whole place paved over. Let's destroy the crime scene. Let's destroy the SUV he was driving in. Let's destroy everything while people are confused about what's actually happening. And then when we released the text messages, those text messages were, as we know, you and Jay, you remember, we showed you guys how freaking fake those were. And there was no timestamps. And even CNN admitted we had to recreate. These are recreated texts. Recreated?
Exactly.
Why do you have to recreate text? What are you talking about? Just show the text. What is the fuck are you what?
It's national security, Matt. They can't show you the original one, man. So don't worry about it. Just trust them that it looked exactly like that. That's all. So
and look, we'll just top this off. I was gonna play this one. Candace has another piece of evidence. I'm going to do that. I want to wait for her to release I haven't seen the actual call or heard but she's talking about a 911 call that came from a TPUSA security inside the SUV. And she explains it. And I don't like it that I know she's dragging it out or she's using time. And that is a critique people have of her that why is she milking these things? Why not just put it out? And so I get it. Maybe there's a timing to it, but I do believe this call exists for sure. She wouldn't be reporting on it. There's basically a 3 to 5 minute 911 call that came from inside the security team in the SUV as they're driving apparently driving to the hospital, and it's on. There's this big long pause where maybe the person didn't know that 911 had answered, or they're talking. And they're saying these things that just sound very weird, like we got him, and get that off of him. Those are things being said in. It's like so she's asking the right question. What is being meant by that? What do you mean get that off of him? What do you mean we got him? Is this what you say to a dispatcher? Do you know that are you accidentally saying something to somebody else? So there's so many questions, and it's just another opportunity where we're like, why isn't this being seen in court? Why isn't this evidence? And I want to end with this. Verbiage is important. Evidence is a word we use when for clue. It's clue. It's legitimate clue. People are mistaken by the definitions, and I wanted to clear that up too, because I've had conversations with people about this. And Jay, so you know that the difference is, and people should know this, that proof is people think that evidence means proof, and it doesn't. Proof is when you actually can prove something and you can back it up with receipts. Yeah. When you have evidence, think of the evidence as Exhibit A, Exhibit B. This is what lawyers and defense teams and prosecution teams they present to the court. So they're things worth looking at. They're clues worth looking at. So when we say Candace has more evidence, that means she has more things that are worth looking at and should be submitted to court. Every one of these things should be submitted as Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C. So just wanted to clarify that. and that's our job too, is we go through evidence, we look at it, and we say, is this worthy to ask questions about? And most of the time it is. It's worth just saying this exists. Is there something to it or not? And that's so I just wanted to be clear on that. Proof is once you conduct an actual investigation and you get to the conclusion and you say this proves that this person is innocent or guilty. So I just wanted to clarify that part as well.
Yeah, no, good point. And lastly, the TPUSA executive, I think, who was second in charge after Charlie Kirk, I forget his name. Who his father is a pastor, and I remember that's one of the other things that really threw me off about it. They all had different explanations of what they were doing. Like at the time when Charlie Kirk got shot and when the call was made and what they were speaking about. So there were a really large number of anomalies that happened that day, and it's the same thing like George Bush, right? George Bush Sr., they asked him where he was when Kennedy got shot, and he's given like 4 or 5 different answers, right? You see some of those same rhymes happening again around the Charlie Kirk assassination. So we do need to take each piece of evidence and look at the whole picture and just realize that the story we're being given doesn't make a drop of sense, guys.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna move on. Let's see, what do we got here? Man, there's a lot here on the World War III watch front here. I'm trying to figure out if we can start with this, because Netanyahu did come to DC. We had the speech of him getting it. He was getting ready for the trip last night. He's here. He's done the meeting. I don't know. Do you have any new updates on that, Jay? We can maybe start with that. I can play in the
so Netanyahu came
but
out.
I'm saying, do you have it? Because I want to play in the intro so we can start the segment. Or you want to just
let me see if I can find it. I did see something Netanyahu saying that he just had the best meeting ever with Donald Trump. So if it's the best meeting ever for Netanyahu, that means it's the worst meeting ever for the rest of us. So best meeting.
Oh, I do. I have it right here. Yeah, it's like a little clip. Yeah. Okay. We'll start with this. I'm gonna go ahead and lead this in, and we'll piece it all through. We'll piece it all together, guys. I think it's about time we do a little World War III watch. All right, here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. As you guys know, we've been in the middle of multiple wars at the same time. We got all the Ukraine-Russia conflict. We got all the Iran nefarious Israel behavior all over the Middle East, and we're funding everything, and we're trying to get. And then we got all of our Latin America conquests. And braggadocious Trump telling us about all the peace he's causing with all the bombs and deaths and destruction. But we're noticing a timing to this where we're seeing that Ukraine and Iran there seems to be this when it comes to Israel and Ukraine kind of almost working together. And the timing of this, Jay, this is very bizarre. But we got word yesterday that this was going to happen. This from DD Geopolitics, that Trump was going to be hosting President Zelensky and Benjamin Netanyahu. Is this happening at the same time? It's very weird. Why would you have them? Are they back to back? Is one of them back to back? It was back to back. So he just thought they would hit it out of the park. But I wonder if the information obtained in one meeting is going to be used in the other meeting. So apparently it was Netanyahu was the first one, if I'm not mistaken, Jay. And I guess that meeting is officially over right now. Let's look at what we have right now to show you guys is Netanyahu's reaction when he walked out of the meeting. And unfortunately, I mean, he looks like he's in quite the good mood. And we know if Netanyahu's in a good mood, That's not good for the rest of us. Not at all. Okay, let's see. I think he's doing this one in English. So might be Hebrew subtitles on this for all his fan base back at the fort, right? Okay. Here we go. Oh, there is not. It's not in it. So he is doing this directly for his fan base. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read it from the top. Let's see.
From the tweet itself.
From the actual tweet. So, yes, that's bad news. Netanyahu after meeting with Trump. This is what he's saying. I have just finished an excellent meeting with President Trump. When I say excellent, it's not just lip service. A conversation with full partnership, with mutual support. One of the best conversations I've ever had. Holy crap.
But don't forget, Matt, remember, Trump is so mad right now because Benjamin Netanyahu tricked him. You don't remember that? Like, everyone was saying how upset Trump was because, like, Benjamin Netanyahu tripped him and he didn't really want to go to war with Iran, but Netanyahu gave him bad intelligence, and he's so upset with Netanyahu. But it doesn't seem like he's that upset. So, I'm just saying.
Oh, man, there's so much of this little WWE theater. I saw one on Fox earlier yesterday that said, Trump is sticking it to Netanyahu right before his visit. And I'm like, no, he's not. What are you talking about? All this is all part of the act, as if Trump's got are we still doing this game? We're still doing this 5D, 6D, 7D chess?
And
seriously?
You know how bad it is now, right? AIPAC supposedly pulled their funding for now 1 or 2 Democrats. So now we got Nick Fuentes, of all people, going around saying that, you got to vote for Democrats now because Republicans are just too corrupt. He goes on a podcast with Hunter Biden and tells Hunter Biden that we got to vote for Democrats because Democrats are going to end the corruption. This is so, like, the whole mood is now shifting towards the Democrats. So now the Republicans have been established as the greater of 2 evils for this election cycle. So let's get some more Democrats in and let's make people feel good with them. So this is how the lesser of 2 evils work. They just take turns screwing us over, and then they pretend that one of them is going to be slightly less bad the next time. So just keep a little hope and pray that it'll all work out, and just keep voting for the lesser of 2 evils.
This is so diabolical of Nick Fuentes to do this. It's diabolical of anybody that knows exactly what they're doing, and they're doing the bidding of whoever is controlling them to trick their fan base, trick the voter. But how do we get through the people that are innocently falling for this, that don't know any better? We have to. I don't know how we can be any more clear, Jay. Like I'm telling you, man. We covered this Laura Loomer thing earlier. That's on a previous segment. You guys can go watch that. We'll have that uploaded on the channels soon. But the Laura Loomer
really relevant, very relevant.
Very relevant. And I actually saved this clip of Trump's reaction. Let's play this one now. And it's very important that people understand the mechanism of swapping back and forth, going from Trump, then to Biden, then back to Trump, and how you can take your base and get them to do anything you tell them over time. But if you and I, Jay, if we tell people what's going to happen before it happens, they're going to call us crazy. And they're going to say, that'll never happen. And then it fucking happens. And what I'm talking about is we told you that Trump was going to end up doing the same policy in Ukraine that Biden did, the same one. And all the conservatives said, no way, he's going to end it in 24 hours. Well, that's not happening. Well, it might take him longer, fine, but have some patience. Like, no, he's going to literally adopt the same policy. And he's going to get his base to be Slava Ukraine, just the way the Biden and the Democrats did. Exactly.
And it's not even just Republicans that got tricked by that. My mom does not she hates Trump. She doesn't like Republicans. And even she thought that Trump was going to end the war in Ukraine. So he tricked a lot of people with that, man. And, you know, people couldn't see through his act, unfortunately. So no offense if you fell for it. Just make sure you learn from the mistake. That's all.
Well, let's understand the mistake. It's not that we thought, oh, you thought he was better at the job and he got bad and he just couldn't figure it out. It's like a Rubik's Cube. He just couldn't. It's not. It's worse, guys. It's freaking worse. He's going to tell you in this clip how bad it is because he's admitting that he reversed everything on purpose. So it's not that he couldn't solve the Rubik's Cube. He went from your job is to solve this thing to whatever you do, don't turn the Rubik's Cube because we don't want it solved at all. That's what so he's saying, I changed my behavior. And in reference to Laura Loomer changing her mind, right? Because she changed her mind when she was sent there to do propaganda on behalf of Trump. Here's what Trump had to say about his base. When he was asked, what do you tell your base who still is thinking of the thing that they voted you for? And that's the thing that you're doing the opposite now. What do you tell them? Here's his response.
In a position where they don't approve something like that. Yeah, please.
And then earlier today, you reposted Laura Loomer's interview with President Zelensky. What do you make of growing MAGA support for the war in war in Ukraine, sorry?
Well, I think they support what I support. You know, we just had a complete win in Arizona. The young gentleman who's Harry Enton, I believe his name is. The pollster said Trump's 100% favorable. He gets everybody he endorses wins, which is pretty much true. Everyone I endorse just about wins. So there seems to be a natural bond between me and MAGA, but I'm the one that created MAGA, and I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else. You know, MAGA knows what MAGA wants, and MAGA is very happy. They want to see this done, and they're not going to be happy if it's not done. Make America great again. It's all about make America. You know, we started that a long time ago. But the concept of not approving voter ID or not approving proof of citizenship, and I won't even get into the ballot thing because, you know, we'll hold that maybe for another time. I think the two are 97, 98% issues. I think the ballots are 75% issue. But even at 75, they should do the ballots. The ballots are in many ways more important than even the first two. But they're a little more controversial because some people don't want to go and vote. But most great Americans want to go and vote. The corrupt ballot stuff that you saw that with the recent election in Los Angeles.
Okay, I'm just going to pause here. So what he's tying all of these issues together and saying, at the end of the day, I created this camp, this MAG. I'm the one that did it. The people that have my back, they're people that will do anything I say. So when I change my mind I'm steered in this direction, they're going to go along with it. So when the reporter asked about,
Can I take a stab at it?
Yeah, go ahead.
They asked him, what do you think about going back on your promises? And Trump said, essentially, this is a cult. I'm the cult leader.
Yes.
I decide what MAGA wants and what MAGA doesn't want. And now I'm just going to start talking about voter ID and really not, go into any more detail with the war against Russia. So, he essentially just said, this is a cult. I run shit. I tell them what they want. They listen.
Yes. And that's the giveaway. This is the thing that if you're a Nick Fuentes follower, you should take note. And also take note from former Democrats, because we can tell you this is all a scam. He's saying that I'm entitled to you because you've already signed up. You've already given your loyalty to me. We've been through this shit with the Dems. We were told you owe us your vote. We said, what? No, you owe us if you don't you owe us your vote because you're on the blue team and we're right and we're the good guys. So we don't have to do anything for you. You idiots. They called us idiots. He's doing that. He's calling his base morons right now.
Exactly.
I know what they want.
I know better what they want than even they want.
They don't know what they want. They have to check in with me so I can tell them what they want. So if I have a new financial opportunity, if I have a new opportunity for my maneuvering, whether it's Adelson money or whatever it is with Ukraine, we're going to merge these wars together. Great. I'll change everything. I'll do a complete 180. Putin's the worst person in the world. He's trying to take over the planet. It's exactly Biden's policy. Well, what do you say to your base if they're like, hey, that's confusing. That looks like exactly like the Democrats' policy. I tell them what to
his
think.
wits, Matt. They trust his wits.
Yeah.
That's what he said. He got good wits. No intelligence, but good wits.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that's the game plan, and both sides do it. And you guys have to stop it with the hero worship. Stop doing the we're going to teach them a lesson by voting for the other side. That's not going to work either. Okay, because it's all part of the same theater piece. But let's get to the part. I just want to make sure, because we had this. So it's a back-to-back meeting. Netanyahu comes out. Zelensky goes in. Do we have let me see, because you shared this one. This is about merging the two wars. And this might make sense when we have people like Laura Loomer saying, "Oh, I got you wrong all the time, Zelensky. You hate anti-Semitism. I didn't know that. I thought you were all neo-Nazis, and now I get it. You guys are locking up people for anti-Semitic behavior. You're locking them up for 8 to 10 years. I love it. So there's so many components at play. But let's go to this one. Got to share the screen here real quick.
And quick update, as we get, into this section. So Ukraine has since, and just to give everyone a breakdown of what happened, Ukraine struck an Iranian commercial ship, not a defense ship, but
it's
a
right
commercial ship, and they blew it up and they killed some Iranians, right? So Iran got really pissed off and said, we're going to respond to this, and we're going to respond strongly. And then at first, Ukraine started talking tough. And then literally maybe an hour before, I popped on the show, Ukraine released a statement essentially doing everything America did with the MOU and said, oh, no, we're really sorry. We didn't mean it. We're going to pay you for the ship. It was an accident. We don't want to escalate this situation. We want to de-escalate. So this is consistent pattern, right? It's a slow walk. They do drastic things, then they try to walk it back because they don't want it to escalate too quickly. But it's still relevant for us to go through all these links, because I think it does tell you what's coming down the road. But since we did this segment, the big update is Ukraine is now saying that they're going to pay for the ship, and they've ended the tough talk.
Okay. So it does feel just like the MOU, the back and forth happening.
Exactly.
So, okay. So, and this is the side we're supposed to be on. This is the side we're supposed to be on, right? These are the good guys, right? This is and he's following the Netanyahu playbook exactly, and he has said, and we've covered this part on the show too, Jay. You guys, like Zelensky has been very vocal about wanting to make Ukraine the new Israel. Like he's done this, and I think he's in competition with Mali and Argentina. He's like, I thought we were the new Israel, so they might have to duke it out for second and third place. But no, this is part of the expansionism of Israel. This is part of the Greater Israel Project to take the methodology of Israel, of that supremacy entitlement mindset, and lure it over into these other areas. And of course, guys like Zelensky is a perfect destination for this mindset. Neo-Nazis work hand in hand with Zionists. That's the part that Laura Loomer misses when she sat down with Zelensky.
I'm sure it's by accident, Matt. I'm sure she just forgot it. That's all.
God, she looks really dumb when she talks. Like I think she might not actually get it. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, I guess, whether you're getting paid to say it or you really. I don't know, man. But like she seems like, yeah. Why would anybody? You guys lock up anti-Semites, right? How could you be neo-Nazis? Like I was like, oh, moron.
Israel wouldn't have been created without Nazi Germany. So like the neo-Nazis are the best friends of Zionists because it actually creates a reason, or what they believe is a reason for Israel to exist. So this is the piecing it together. Like you said, this was when Ukraine was threatening to strike Iranian cities. Like Ukrainian military media puts out
if Iran responds militarily to Ukraine, then the Ukrainian army will carry out long-range drone air attacks against Iranian cities. What?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Here's the thing, right? Iran is actually a more powerful military than Ukraine. It's just as simple as that, because Ukraine does not have hypersonic missiles. Like Iran has hypersonic missiles. So because they don't border each other, like Ukraine does have, you know, like a somewhat of a formidable standing army. Like, you know, they do have, like, you know, good troops on the ground, right? However, this would just be a battle in the skies. They will be launching missiles at each other and drones, and Iran actually manufactures its own drones. Ukraine doesn't. Like, it maybe puts a couple pieces together, but it's really bringing it from Europe. And Iran manufactures its own missiles that are hypersonic. They're much better than Ukraine's missiles. So the truth is, they don't want it with Iran. They definitely can't beat Russia, and they couldn't beat Iran one-on-one either. So they definitely don't want Iran to jump in this. So,
and then you shared this from Megatron: breaking after Iran, Ukraine now attacked Iraq as well. Iraqi National Security Advisor claims Ukrainian intelligence cells carry out attacks in Iraq and attribute them to resistance factions. We arrested individuals and elements who confessed that Ukrainian cells carried out shelling on sovereign Iraqi facilities. Man, this is exactly out of Netanyahu's playbook, man. He's like totally imitating.
And just so everyone understands, Saddam Hussein was a Sunni Muslim, right? After they toppled Saddam Hussein, they didn't plan on Shias coming to power, but that's exactly what happened. So now the government in Iraq is a Shia government, which means that religiously they're aligned with Iran. So like a lot of the factors in Iraq, there are Sunni factors in Iraq that do push back, but you know, at the end of the day, the government wants to stay out of it because it doesn't want to be bombed by America either, but it does lean more towards Iran and the Shia side. So yeah.
All right. Well, getting to this next part, because we're talking about, I think your engagement on this, Jay, because we were trying to figure out how much of this. Okay, let's start with this part here. If you want to walk us through this, because I know you asked AI about this after. All right,
yeah,
just want to walk
exactly.
us through this.
So this was just summarizing some coverage that I had essentially seen, you know, in the show The Duran. You know, great show. Check it out after you watch The Homeless Left. But in the piece published back in April, Bravdi, who is the current commander of the Ukrainian Unmanned Systems Forces, which means the leader of their drone program, discusses the escalating long-range drone strikes on Russian energy and oil facilities, military targets, and personnel. He explicitly frames a part of their purpose as affecting Russian society and morale beyond purely military effects. It says he has one more target, quote unquote, Russian morale. He hopes a high casualty rate combined with giant fires burning at facilities deep beyond the border can create a certain ferment within Russia. He's aiming for the shock factor. So that's particularly relevant. And, you know, he says, referencing a distressed Russian woman in a Tuapse after refinery strikes, he treats it as evidence that the impact is spreading. His aim with every drone is to make more Russians question the war their country is fighting and the president who started it. So Matt, you saw that, right? That sounds like a political goal to you, right? They're taking an action and killing people with a political goal in mind. So this all sounds, it should sound familiar to you if it doesn't, but long story short, I did go ahead and pull the definition of what terrorism is from our Department of Homeland Security website. And it's the explicit strategy, and it's actually considered straight from the DHS. It is considered to be the unlawful use or threatened use of force or violence against people, societies, cultures, or governments in order to create a desired change. The change sought may be political, religious, or social in nature. So that means they're attacking, they're attacking people for political change. And
yes.
After I asked AI about that, I asked AI specifically, how is it different from terrorism? Does not compute. That was essentially the answer I got from AI. So, that shows you AI doesn't like handling questions like that. And I pressed it more and it eventually gave some stupid justification, but, it shows you they don't like answering tough questions sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So we don't have an update yet on how Zelensky's meeting went.
Yeah, we did. I remember reading about it a little bit. So Zelensky's meeting with Trump, he says also went well. Apparently, they're discussing the creation of Patriot missiles in Ukraine, which simply can't happen. There's no way it can happen because Russia can hit anything in Ukraine anytime it wants. So if there was a functioning factory that could build it, Russia would destroy it. But any way you put it, the Ukrainians just don't have the ability to do that, on their territory right now. So, so he essentially said, sounds good. Trump supports us, blah, blah, blah. So he came out, he wasn't quite as excited and as positive as Netanyahu, but it's definitely not the reaction he got the first time he went to the White House when Trump called him disrespectful. It's a warm welcome, is what we're seeing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and Zelensky likes to rewrite the history. We saw him play this card with Loomer that he didn't have any support before. Now he's got the world is waking up to Ukraine. I'm like, dude, you're saying that in reverse. You got blank checks left and right. Now it's like it's a little harder.
Here's the thing, right? This is one advantage of actually merging these wars, right? Because still in Europe, like the Ukraine war, like Zelensky is popular and Putin is the devil incarnated on earth in Europe, right? And you talk to a lot of Democrats over here, they may not like Israel and they don't like, the genocide that's going on in Gaza, but they still believe that Ukraine is just quote unquote defending itself and Russia is the aggressor. So, if you are able to merge these wars, then maybe you get some of those people who supported Ukraine to now realize, oh yeah, that's right. Ukraine is on the good side. Israel is on the good side because they're also fighting the people who are aligned with Russia, which would be Iran. So it's a little bit of a PR move when you think about it to, merge these wars together also.
Yeah. All right, well, let's top this one off. I see a few more links here. Is there one you want to kind of circle onto because we're talking about the escalation of these wars, and the way you do it is you merge them together, and you get all these. You align your base to be pro all of them at the same time. So you have so that's how you keep it going. You get them all. The same checks are being written anyways. You might as well.
I would say, the biggest update that I think people should also know is the largest oil producer in Saudi Arabia is a company called Aramco. Their largest refinery just got hit by Yemen. So expect what the prices that are being reflected right now in the oil markets are not reflective of reality. There's tremendous manipulation happening right now. And the shit's going to hit the fan, essentially. They're just trying to delay it, as much as possible. But, inside this tweet, they're essentially pointing out that plant that got hit alone produces 7% of the total global oil supply. And, it's just been blown up by the Houthis because of the blockade and the attacks that Saudi Arabia has been implementing on them. So that's important to know. And lastly,
it's only 7%. Who cares? We still got another 93, Jay. Come on.
Yeah, I guess so. But what I want people to know, I want to give the viewers a little homework, right? Go look up the War of Gog and Magog. And long story short, one of the interesting things about that is it's a biblical prophecy about how Armageddon is going to happen. And it essentially says that it'll be led by a country in the north, and they're going to be allied with Persia, which is Iran, and they're going to attack defenseless and innocent Israel. That is the whole idea behind the war of Gog and Magog. So if you have these two wars come together and merge, like it's setting it up, like for this Armageddon war that has been described in the Bible. And just to be clear, this is why I believe secret societies are at the top, right? Because they have been obsessed with this eschatology for a long time. That's the study of Armageddon, of like religious Armageddon and all that, right? And a lot of them believe that it's humanity's job to make Armageddon happen. It isn't God that's going to do it. According to these secret societies, they're taking it into their own hands to implement it and to push this forward. So this is why you get all these factors coming together. So just look it up, guys. The war of Gog and Magog. That's G-O-G, Gog, M-A-G-O-G, Magog. That's what we're being set up for once these wars merge. So, the only way to stop this, guys, is peaceful revolution, primarily here in America, because we are the military might behind all this. So now is the time to really push back as much as you can.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Well, that'll wrap it up on that one. Jay, I think I had there's a super chat question for you. Let's see. This is from Citizen.
What's up,
Ask
Citizen?
Jay what leads many black voters to vote for Zios.
I would say it's because a lot of black voters just vote blue no matter who, because the Republicans do have a little bit of a history of being openly hostile, to some policies that would benefit the black community. And it's just kind of been drilled in, I believe black voters vote Democrat at 80 to 90%. So they're just going to vote, for whoever the Democratic Party puts in front of them most of the time. And we know that the Democratic Party is bought off by Zios. So, I would frame it as, why do Democrats, in general vote for Zios? And, they control both parties. And the truth is, most people simply, do not believe third parties or independents, are worth it. They think it's wasting your vote. So a lot of black people believe they don't have any option, but to vote for Democrats. And if you dare support anyone else, then, you're voting for Trump. So, unfortunately, that's the mindset. Obviously, I can't speak for everyone.
Right, of course.
There may be people, who truly do believe in the Zionist cause. But, I have noticed personally that, in the black community, a lot of people are, pushing back against Israel being involved in our politics. But, it comes down to a lesser of two decisions, for a lot of folks.
Yep.
The lesser evil, in the decision-making process. So,
and I hope that as a whole, we're all learning to not fall anymore for the culture war, not fall for this demographic. Like, don't be played anymore. Whether you're in the gay community, black community, any community, don't understand the technique that's there to trick you with emotion to say we're fighting for what you need, what you want, and this is the candidate that represents you, and they look like you, and they behave like that's not a thing anymore, because we know, we recognize, the people recognize that we actually have all of those little groups. You got us all in our groups thinking that we're fighting each other. No, we all have more in common than you do. Just because you look like us, you're a part of the billionaire class. You're part of the Epstein class. You don't represent us. So we're better off aligning with each other in all the different little culture groups and sexual orientation groups. We should all align and say it's the Epstein psychopaths versus the people. And that's how it should be. So I hope most of us are not going to fall for the next Obama or the next, Buttigieg or whoever the hell is going to be like, I'm the person that represent. No, not going to be a thing anymore. Especially if they're Zionists, right? Because that's the real giveaway. Like, you're what? Israel first? What the F? I don't care what the hell you look like. You get the hell out of here, right?
Yeah. I agree. At the end of the day, they you got two choices. Either Israel runs everything or they're the front men for people who run everything. Those are the only two choices. And either way, they're a problem, right? And they're guilty, either way. So, we got to get to the truth there. And we got to, actually hold our politicians accountable and stop, letting another country and other forces dictate, our laws here in America. So with that being said, got to dip out, we'll cover the next story. We'll pick it up on Thursday.
We're going to do we're going to do the Latin America Israel takeover stuff. It'll be actually a better set. I'll flush it out more. We'll have some more updates too in the next 48 hours. So we'll see you back for that, plus a lot more, Jay. Thursday is going to be a big show. Before that, can I ask you, if you happen to be able to come in, and just check in, say hi. We'll see if we get you on the stage with me for a little bit. This is the event we've been promoting, but I'm going to be look at this AI they did. I mean, they're going to be doing a United States to Israel spaces tomorrow. This is going to Wednesday. If you want to check this out, it's at 6 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. It's a big it's a big one, and these are the people to follow. I don't know if we're both on the flyer here, but I got it right here just so you guys know, people hearing about this for the first time. These are the guys that host it. It's Ian Malcolm and
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not attending that.
What's the? Is that a
no offense? How do you know Ian Malcolm? Have you interacted with him?
He watched a show and invited me as a speaker. So
okay. So long story short, he is a racist piece of shit. I don't.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, I oppose Israeli influence, in our government. So, I will work with anyone who wants to, eliminate Israeli influence in our government, but I will not support that guy or anything he does.
Interesting.
So,
interesting. Well, I'm going to use the opportunity to educate an audience, and just look at it like that. So we'll just do it like that. I don't know. But hey, we meet a lot of people in the space, and we do have speaking opportunities. So we'll see. But I go to, and I hope people understand this. Like we don't have to get along with everybody, but understand that there's a lot of people listening sometimes, depending on what platform we're on. And I think the thing we have to remember is that the more people that are listening, the more we can get our messages across, regardless of who we're co-hosting with or it happens to be in the room with us. We know that it's about the people listening. That's where we can be the most effective. And so I go with that, but I appreciate your heads up.
So, one reason why I personally don't believe, that he's an honest actor, is that if you ever suggest to him that there may be forces we should look at behind Zionism, then he instantly starts insulting you and berating you and all that. So
you've been in a space before with
him? No, I've had plenty of interactions with him. So we've gone at each other plenty of times. So long story short, he does push back effectively against Israeli influence, but he has a very limited view of what happens in the world. So that and the fact that he is a truly racist piece of shit. Those are my two big problems with him. But listen, take the message to whoever's going to hear it. But personally, I'm not participating in that.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate you being blunt and honest about it. For me, I'll consider it a challenge, and I always take challenges and
better man than me. Focus on the common ground, get some more viewers for the show, for sure.
You got it. All right, Jay. Thanks so much, fam. We'll see you. We'll see you Thursday. Later. Okay. All right. Bye. All right. Well, I did not. Hey, you know what? Good to know. I take everyone's experience seriously, so we'll look at that. But hey, I'm on the bill, so we'll see what happens. We'll go with it. There's some other, actually, I'm not ready to announce this yet, but there's another opportunity, a speaking opportunity that came up. Actually, I might be ready to announce it on Thursday's show, just not yet, but it will be this August. It's an in-person event. We're going to talk. I'll talk about it. I'll tell you guys details, but this is cool. It's cool to we have these conversations on this show. You guys know we bring a lot of notable guests on sometimes, have conversation with them, interact with their audience, been on other shows. I go on RT a lot. I just did Jimmy Dore last week. Garland Nixon was on. Obviously, we had a great time there, engaging with a new crowd. There's a whole list, right? With that, it's like you get opportunities to then expand into more opportunities. And again, I just said to Jay, keep your eye on the ball. It's really about the audience listening. It's really about them having an opportunity to see you, hear you. If they don't know you, they get to know you, and you might even change some minds. Who knows? But all we can do is be honest and authentic with ourselves and our own voices. And as I said earlier in the show, I don't even like using the word brand anymore. It's not like what's your brand or what's your messaging, as if it's this contrived thing. It's what's your voice. What do you want to say? What is your voice in terms of when people think of you? What do they think of? And others can call it brand or whatever, but your voice is that's the authentic part of you. That's the thing that you want to say to the world. And how do you want to say it? And what do you want to leave behind when you're done speaking or at the end of your message? And so those are the questions we have to ask ourselves. And then when we get into larger environments, we're ready to step up. We're ready to perform. And even perform's a bad word, because it feels inauthentic. We're ready to show up. We're ready to show up, and we're ready to speak, and we're ready to share and communicate, and hopefully affect. Okay. With that said, we're going to need about 2 minutes, and we're going to come back, and we're going to do some talking back with you guys. We've got a lot of super chats to get to. Great conversations today, by the way, guys. I love all the engagement on the different platforms, on Rumble, on Twitter, and on YouTube. If you guys want to throw in any more additional super chats or Rumble rants for that matter, you guys can always do Rumble rant on Rumble. We'll get to all of those definitely, and as many of the normal chats as possible on the next segment, and then we'll be back for one more segment after that before we end the stream. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes for some talking back, and then one more final segment after that. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you in a minute.
Experience with this type of vaccine in billions of people. It's a safe vaccine. Of course, with the mRNA, there's a very, very, very low risk, particularly in young men, of getting a myocarditis.
Okay, we're back, guys. Been a pretty good show today. Appreciate all the engagement with you guys today. Covered a lot. We've been through a lot of stuff today, a lot of ups and downs. Mostly ups, actually, to be honest. It's been a good one. Let me get the right banners on here, and then we'll start with you guys on Talking Back. I gotta play the intro in too. I gotta do that for sure. And Thursday we're gonna have we'll have Craig Pasta. He'll be back from his travels, and we'll have Craig on. I think Jay will be back on. We do have a special guest or two, not ready to announce just yet, but you'll see that when we put out the you guys know we put the promo out. We try to do it the day before, the night before at least, just kind of get it out there so you guys know what's coming up. The little promo, whatever you call it. Okay, we got all that set up, and very cool. Okay, guys. And we got to be positive. I have seen before I put the intro of Talking Back, guys, I just got to say, let's keep things positive in the chat. I've seen a little bit of not so positive in the Rumble chat. I'll try to leave most of that alone when we get to it, but just keep in mind that it's cool. Discourse, debate is fine, but let's keep it positive in the sense that we don't want to go after each other personally. We can go after each other ideologically, opinion wise, but just let's keep it professional when it comes to, are we attacking the idea or the person? Ideas, yes, attack ideas. Let's not attack people. Let's keep it like that. I don't know. I mean, guys, who am I to draw the line? We ain't trying to self-censor, that's for sure. We want you guys, it's freedom of speech all the way. But we know we're more effective when we present in a professional way. We know that, right? So that's how we got to be. Okay. Here we go, guys. I think we'll get to you guys. And super chats, we'll try and get those up first, the ones we haven't covered yet, and go from there and have a discussion with you. By the way, we do this section, just so you know, I know other channels don't do this. I know we're kind of unique this way. Other channels don't do this. When we say Talking Back, we want you to feel like that, yes, if you make a comment, one that's like as if you're feeling like you're on the show with us as a guest, like we're having a conversation. That's what this is about. And it's okay, like your idea can be just as worthy, if not sometimes even more substance filled than a particular guest at a time. And if I have the ability and the wherewithal and I have the attention to respond when a guest says something, why not give you guys that opportunity too? It's kind of as if we're in a conversation. You're just not on a box in a visual dialogue with me or with us. So it's just an opportunity to let you guys understand that it's not just, you're not just throwing up little comments, but if there's something that entices a conversation, might as well go for it. Because let's feel like that we're all part of something here. It's not just like you guys are these down here and we're all up on this big stage. We can all feel part of the same thing in the same room together. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this right now. Time for some Talking Back. Here's the little intro. Not as fun as Leslie's one when she's on, but we'll make it do. It'll do. It'll do. We're talking back with you guys today. The episode, we're calling it Erasing History. And my God, do they do a good job at changing the narrative. And the way you change the narrative is if you retroactively go back in time, whether it's AI, literally having Anthropic get rid of all the books. They're literally burning books in the sense that we got all the information the way we want it. We don't need the paper trail anymore. Bye-bye. Whether you're Charlie Kirk being rewritten as far as his critique on Israel. Well, that never happened. Not in the way we want to tell it. Correct? That's how that works. Same with COVID. We're going to tell you the story in the way we want to tell you. And if there was a problem with COVID, we'll just blame it on this one guy, Fauci. And what was the problem with Fauci? Oh, he was just an egomaniac. That's it. Just a guy obsessed with himself. But everything else is on the up and up as far as we're concerned. So you You got to retell the story. You got to retroactively. You can go back to the Bible and you can rewrite that and take little inconveniences out. You got to remove the inconveniences, like, I don't know, the map of Palestine. Very inconvenient for the Zionist state, right? The Zionist state wants they can't have the map of Palestine in the Bible. It's not going to help with their alignment with the what do you call the evangelical Judeo-Christian faction. You're not going to be able to align with them unless you remove the Palestine map. And then you can get folks like Jerry Seinfeld saying that Palestine doesn't exist. And that's how you do it. So we're calling that shit out. We've been doing it all day with you guys. We had Jay Scott on earlier. All these issues going on. The Ukraine and Iran war seem to be merging together. It's very bizarre indeed. But let's get to some of the stuff you guys had to say. I want to get to some of these super chats that we didn't get to earlier. Here we go. Oh, from Leora W. Thanks for the super chat. Trump brags about all the wars he started while saying how bad wars are. Great point. It's very contradictory. It doesn't really make sense. However, the timeline does make sense. And I'll say this. When he's talking about how bad the wars are, that was before he got elected. He talks about past presidents and all the horrible stuff they did. That was before he got into a second term. Now he brags about all the wars he's starting and stopping. So he's changed the tone of his basically his diatribe about war has changed significantly. So it's not that he's going back and forth. It's that he did a complete 180 when he got in. And he's now amplifying how important it is we stop all these other countries and we take down their dictatorships. Everything that he campaigned on, he's doing the opposite. So the order is important. But thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Let's see what else we got here. We got a few from Citizen. We did a few of those earlier. Oh, here's another one from Citizen. Very, very grateful. Thank you so much, my friend. 2020. In 2020, CNN did a 12-year-old Fauci. Did a 12-year-old Fauci playing basketball segment? What? Fauci playing basketball with a 12-year-old? Is that what? Okay, whatever it is, whatever CNN had to do in 2020 to present Fauci, they did it, and they all did it. All the networks did it. If it wasn't like painting this picture. Amazon released you guys remember Amazon was getting really big during the lockdown, during the pandemic. People were watching Prime, and I don't know if they called it Prime yet. They still called it Amazon Prime. They had a whole thing on Fauci and his wife, and the whole it's so hard being the head of human health, and I'm such an important player, and it gets so hard at home. What else happened? Oh, you had NBC and the Saturday Night Live bringing him on, having Brad Pitt on Saturday Night Live playing Fauci, and then Fauci comes on and they're hugging it out, and he's just like, so all of this, they're all guilty of painting this guy like a big hero, and it worked. It freaking worked. It actually worked. All right, we have from Donald Duck's mom. The Ethiopian Bible is the most accurate. Okay, maybe by default. I think the lesson though is, and thanks for that, Donald Duck's mom. I would say the lesson from it is, how do we know if anything is accurate? We know the maliciousness of any institution, whether it's not just these AI companies destroying Bibles. It's not just the Zionists who reprinted it in 1912. But all the years before that, you have just the Catholic Church and there's a certain mechanism where you can control narratives. Back then first of all, if you controlled the printing press, right, then you control narrative. And before that, it was if you could read and write, you controlled things. So it's always about the hoarding of information. Whatever era we're living in, it's always the hoarding of information and cutting it off from other people. Do you think it was an accident that people didn't know how to read and write until you got to be the wealthy donor class. That's on purpose. You want to limit the ability for people to communicate, for people to process information. So you take information away from people. We've been doing that the whole way. That's human behavior. You use the institution to control people with information and the lack of information. So you control. So of course, Bibles have been rewritten the whole way. What is accurate when it comes to Bibles? What is actually accurate when it comes to any sort of a scripture or word of God? You think we just now decided to start switching shit out and censoring and removing stuff? You think we just thought of that now? No, that's the entire history of the human species. As long as we could control people, it's information really has always been the thing you can control people with. Information, the lack of information, or misinformation. And it's always top down. It's never, the guy in his grandma's basement is guilty of misinformation. No, it's always top down implementation of that information, of the censorship of that information, or the hoarding of the information, which is happening again right now. The AI companies are hoarding information right now, and they're destroying it. That's happening right now. Okay. A nice super chat here from Chris Hipley. Thank you so much. The problem and the solution. Non-voters are the majority. Non-voters are the majority. And we have a whole new respect for non-voters. I don't think I've ever been a non-voter. I always do a protest vote. We always like to do that third-party protest vote. But I do have a new appreciation for a non-voter, because we were told non-voters were indecisive. Non-voters were dumb. Non-voters were lazy. That may be true for a percentage, but overall, non-voters have principle. That's what I've learned. I've learned that a good majority, not all of them, but a good majority of non-voters are protesting, and they have principle. It's interesting. I've had these conversations with very established people in our community here, people in the independent journalism, particularly the anti-imperialist journalism realm. Folks like Wyatt Reed. We've had great discussions. This guy, he's telling me this is a commendable thing to do. You guys know Wyatt Reed with Gray Zone. I was like, wow, he blew my mind. We were, I think it was a couple years ago back in Chicago, we were covering the DNC. The guy says, there's something commendable about that. You got to understand how we can apply principle in different ways. I was like, wow. And I think ever since then, for the last 2 years, I'll have to say the last 2 years, I've been applying that and saying, you know what, there's different ways. He's absolutely right. There's different ways to apply principle. There's not just one way to do it. We can agree on principle and we can shake hands and we say, you know what, you have your way to do it. I have my way. And I think it's the way we value priority. There's a priority level of values that it doesn't mean we can have the same values, but we can prioritize different ways to do that. And then you implement them in different ways. So yeah, that's a whole nother respect I do have for the non-voter. What do we do about a non-voter? Can you mobilize a non-voter using principle? Can you mobilize a non-voter into something that's real? Is that possible? Could that be possible? Will that be possible? Great questions. All right, moving on. Okay, citizen. I hear you. You playing Jimothy versus Flock video, Stephen A's versus Tucker. We saw the Stephen A's versus Tucker. We're gonna whip that one out on Thursday probably. We'll have some commentary on that. Saeed's more Corp Dem than the Zoran. Yeah, sure, yeah. Debate style so wooden. He'd lose to anyone but Stevens. Thank you so much, citizen. All great stuff to consider here. Very, very cool. Very cool. Okay. Chris, have a great show. I'll catch you on the replay filming a project with my son. Good for you, Chris. Stay active and doing the creative stuff. I love it. Thanks for the super chat. We appreciate you so much, man. Thank you. Thank you. And we had, I don't know what is this? This is Donald Duck's mom, 10 joules. Happy poop. Okay. Thank you for that. and we got some gold coins and some other stuff here. I'm learning about the gold coins. Very, very, very cool. Okay. Now let's get to some of the other stuff you guys commented on during the show. And I told you guys earlier, I think there was some of this going on, on Rumble. Guys, be careful. Be careful. Don't make it personal. Please don't. Please don't. I don't think we have our mods today. So just police yourselves. Investigate yourselves, will you? All right, let's get to a couple of your guys' stuff here. Okay, here we go. Earlier in the show, let's see here. Okay, 1 second here. Pamela Drew, thanks for tuning in. Shared some Pamela Drew sharing some links here earlier in the show. Let's see here. We'll get something here. Hugo, thanks for tuning in. People are too lazy to do their own research. And lazy's part of it sometimes. I think a lot of it is they could be overwhelmed. There's a lot of reasons people don't do their own research. They're overwhelmed, right? They're scared, timid and scared, which is different than lazy. They can be overly consumed with their just struggling to get through the day. So yeah, there's nervousness, fear, inability to focus. So many, and those are all excuses, right? How many excuses do you have? Oh, I can't do it because I'm busy, or I can't. Oh, it's too much. I'm overwhelmed. Those are all excuses. But if you want to understand why they don't, we have to know all the excuses. How do we fix this? How do we get people to want to do it? The first thing you got to do, if you want people to do their own research, the first thing we got to do is we got to unplug them from the thing they're plugged into right now. That's number one. And make no mistake, that's really the reason they're not doing it, is because of the plugin. You're plugged into that other thing. That's the thing that's telling them you can't survive without us. You can't survive without your CNN. You can't survive without your Morning Joe on MSNBC. You can't survive without your Rachel Maddow. You can't survive without your Fox and Friends. You can't survive. We're gonna know you're not watching, and we're gonna be very disappointed in you. We'll be very disappointed. I know this feeling because I had it too back in, I would say, 2010, 2011, in the middle of Obama's first term. I remember thinking, I don't know if I like watching these MSNBC crap shows anymore. They seem to be annoying. They seem to be very predictive, and I don't know. But then I was like, ugh, if I stop watching, I'm going to feel guilty, like I'm letting down my team. There's a lot of feelings there. So if you can unplug from that thing, then we can talk about, what are you going to do? What are you ready to look into things yourself? Are you ready to start using your own brain? Are you still dependent on the thing that you've been part of telling you what to think, telling you how to respond, telling you what to be mad at? So it's a process. We're all going through our own process, and hopefully our friends and family and loved ones are close and are ready at some point to start looking into shit, especially if they have the time to. Right? If they're like sitting around, they're just watching if you're just watching CNN all day, oof, God, watching Fox News or you're flipping back and forth. I'm flipping back and forth. You got to unplug. You got to unplug. Okay, Jacqueline, thanks for tuning in. Love this Lego animation. Well done, Iran. We played that early for you guys. Bravo. It was great. It feels good. It gets your blood rushing. It's great. It kind of gets you that inspiration, like that motivation, right? To get going with the day. We should, I'm gonna start playing. You know what? I'm gonna start playing that shit when I'm driving. I haven't done it because it's like, you're watching on the screen and you kind of associate. But this is good music to roll with. You know what? That just gave me an idea. I think I'm gonna make a playlist for the car. Well, I'll put it on loud, like not like obnoxiously loud, but just kind of like getting into it, because these are not just good. The Lego videos aren't just the Lego visuals. The Lego videos is it's the beat, right? There's the lyrics, right? The lyrics and the beat, and it kind of gets into you a little bit. And then I actually would be interested in seeing some of the reaction of some of the people out there going, what the hell is that? And they're like, listen to the lyrics, and maybe you'll get into it and go, huh, I like to know what that is. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Gonzo Johnny, a lot of good comments, a lot of better comments than others. It's great. I see you had some good ones on Fauci. Yeah, Fauci, loved by both left and right, for his safe vaccines. And we can't see the emojis, but I see the dancing banana to go with that. Thanks for that, Gonzo. Good point, Hugo. Too bad Rand Paul is okay with genocide, but it's good he is giving Fauci a hard time regarding the lies about the COVID origins. We can't wait for that too. We can't wait for that. Conversations. That's what this is about. That's it. Fauci is not going to jail. I know there's a small percentage. I can say 99.5%. 99.5% chance Fauci's not going to jail. Okay. Is this breaking? 7.1 earthquake hits Japan. What? Oh boy. I hope this was not true, but we got to look into it. Thank you for that. Go start. Man, oh man. Okay. That's too bad. Yes, we know Fauci lied under oath for sure. Thank you, Sam. Doesn't matter. Still not going to jail. Okay. Let's look a little further. We'll get to a few more of these. And then we got one more segment for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We got one more good one for you. Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you for this, Chris. Ignorance is unsustainable. America, karma is coming for you. Burn shit, Riel. Burn. America, and I know you're, and this is the thing. This is the part where people have to understand. When Iran fights against the Western war machine and the Israel-U.S. war machine, when other countries, when Venezuela attempts to fight us, when Russia fights against NATO, or when any of these, even in the AI war, when China is fighting with using open source AI versus our horrible setup with Palantir and all these other, like, they're all fighting the Western war machine, but they're fighting on our behalf. Let's be clear about that. They're not against Americans. When they say death to America, they're saying it's death to the ruling class, death to the Epstein class. So karma coming for us, as Chris puts here, karma coming for us, it's really the pedobillionaire psychopath class that the karma is coming from. We've been the ones enslaved. So we should be rooting that on too. It's not against us. We're victims in this. We're only guilty if we perpetuate and elevate this idea that our rulers are the good guys. That's the only way that we're really guilty of anything. And even then, you could say that we are victims of manipulation and mental control and making us work against our own interests, getting us to vote against our own interests. Those are also mechanisms of that control, of that power. So even then, it's not really like karma's coming for you. It's the people that are responsible for all this. That's all. Okay, let's get a few more of these ones. Kathy Lloyd, I can't stand that they're tearing up books, but they won't get mine. And good for you to say they won't get yours. And I don't think they can really go and get all the books. by they, I mean the AI companies are literally shredding the books right now. That's what even the good guy one, right? Even Anthropic is literally shredding books right now. They're not going to come and get your book at this point. However, there will be a mechanism in place where the book you own won't be legitimate. It'll have to be approved by a government agency. That's what's going to happen. There's going to be a government agency responsible for approving information or not. And so this is not about censorship. We already have that. Okay, we already have the ADL and all these other, APACs and all these other censorship mechanisms in taking you offline and giving you strikes and fake fact checking. I'm not talking about that they already have that. What I'm talking about is there's going to be a grading system, like think of like the FDA with pharma. Well, the FDA has to recommend it before it's legit, or it has to be this peer review thing. This is and it's all fake. In pharma, it's all fake. That they're the people that run those agencies, FDA, and we see this now, especially with the RFK and Trump team. I mean, especially they're doing the same thing Biden did. They control the agencies, and then they tell you what's approved and what's not. And the FDA says this or they don't. So that's going to be information too. So aside from the censorship, aside from the deplatforming, aside from the propaganda spinning machine of the fake news, on top of that, any books you have, you're going to say this book is I'm going to hold on to. I'm not going to let them steal this book. I'm not going to let them shred this book. I'm going to keep this book. Okay, fine. But it will be illegitimate because it won't get the check mark that you need to have to be approved information. That's what it's going to be. And the only thing approved is going to be already put into the AI mechanism. It's already being uploaded. That's the whole point. They have the exact script that is being written about right now, about how it's going to be written about Palestine, how it's going to be written about Ukraine, how it's going to be written about this particular administration, the last administration, how they're going to write the story about COVID. That story will be approved or not approved. So books, schmooks, there's no books. Like they said, they told us in that article we talked about pre-2022, those are going to be the books that go, well, they're too old to have the AI already ingrained in them. So those are going to be the books that either make the cut or don't. And mostly I think they're going to not make the cut. They're going to be like, no, these are too old, too ancient. 2022, 2021, it's going to be too ancient. No, we don't do information before then. We have all the things we need now in this AI kind of mechanism of a world where we have this communication with these things. We don't need those books. That's ridiculous. Why would we need books when AI can tell us everything we need to know about history? Why do we need history book? We don't even need it because AI is gonna tell us everything we need to know based on what was already fed into it. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we'll get to a couple more of these, and then we'll top off the show here. One more segment for you guys. All right. I didn't know this. Bob of Atlantis, do you know that the German Jews are 15 times more likely to serve in the IDF than the German military? And I can imagine if that is true, thank you, Bob, but I can imagine there's some inherent guilt that's implemented. Man, guys, seriously, any way they can manipulate, they will. And I could see that potential German soldiers would be so much more manipulated into an IDF position. Of course, they take advantage of those vulnerabilities, right? That's the whole point. Taking advantage of the vulnerabilities. Okay. All right, Susan, I asked the question already, so I won't put that one up. Here we go. Good point, Paul. Thanks for chiming in here. Plus, Kash Patel came in and said it was a lone gunman that they got exactly 33 hours later, shutting down any other leads. Yeah, that's right. Kash Patel, in regards to Charlie Kirk, he bragged about speediness. And guys, that's a red flag right there. Bragging about speediness. The American people want speediness. No, they don't. No, we don't. That's not true. What the American people want is accuracy. Speediness is his way of saying we don't have to do shit. We just have to announce the conclusion and be done. 33 hours. We solved the crime. We solved the crime. 33 hours. Americans are celebrating how fast we are. No, we're not. That's bullshit. We're not doing that. Not going to fall for that. Totally. Fuck sign and it's genocidal lust. Thank you for that. All right, we'll get to a few more here, and then I'll put some more up later when we're doing the outro. Okay. Dingo ate my baby. Thanks for tuning in. Don't worry, the EU technocrats are dismantling Europe and Germany, deindustrializing on their own, just to give the U.S. a comparative advantage and make it slaves to our petrochemical monopolies. Thank you for that. Dingo ate my baby. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so we're getting a second take on this earthquake. We have to look at that. Maybe I'll cover that on next show. But man, so the earthquake in Japan was in southern Japan 15 hours ago. Recovery is extremely impeded by 104-degree temperatures in region which will also stress those injured. Oh, that's horrible. And of course, and we'll end with this one. Weird. This is true, Hugo, and great question to ask. Weird how all those earthquakes are so close to each other in the 7.0 region. And once you learn about HARP, you can't unlearn it. All right, that's it for talking back for now. I'll throw some more up later, guys, in as we're rolling out the outro. But for now, let's just get to the last story. I want to get this last one. We're gonna say we have a Venezuela update. We're gonna do that one on Thursday. We got a bunch of other stuff happening Thursday too. We'll have the aftermath of the what do you call it? The Fauci hearing. We're gonna have that on Thursday as well. So we got a lot of show to cover, and we'll have a special guest. We'll have Craig Pasta coming back. We have Jay coming back, so that'll be fun. But for now, I thought we should do this one now because we talk about health, we talk about wellness. We've been talking about health and wellness since we started the show, so this story should be no exception. And this is not a polarizing issue. This is a human issue. Humans versus big food and big pharma. It's all bad. And if there's any company that exemplifies this, that's really that could be considered one of the spokes models for this mechanism of poisoning us with their product, look no further than Starbucks. Right here in Los Angeles. Los Angeles Starbucks employees claim to test new blending powder. There's a new blending powder. So it allegedly becomes a ball, it smells bad, and turns yellow. So there's this viral TikTok that, we have it. We're going to show it to you guys in a moment. It comes from an LA Starbucks employee. And when we say LA Starbucks, you could mean about 20 or 30 different locations. It's not very clear which one, because we have about 20 or 30 of them in Los Angeles. But apparently these employees, they're asking questions about this new blending powder, which just came out this summer. It's in all of their products now. And they're asking. The workers they're claiming that the ingredient looks unusual during a test. So in the video, and we're going to play this is from Starbucks 6767. Employees, in the video, they examine the powder while making, as of course, unfounded claims about its safety, including the phrase, gonna get cancer. How dare they say something like that? That's really damaging to the billionaire brand of Starbucks. I don't even know if I want to play this video now. If these employees are going to say you might get cancer from drinking their product, that's more dangerous than the product giving you cancer. I have to say the words are way more dangerous, because who are they to tell me I'm going to get cancer? Let me drink the Starbucks and I'll get cancer on my own. I don't need a Starbucks employee telling me I'm going to get cancer. So I don't know if I want to. Okay, I'm just going to play it, but I'll play it. But I'm warning you guys, cover your ears, because these words are freaking dangerous. Way more dangerous than the poisonous coffee.
This is me and Lori. We're going to be testing out the blending powder because, as you guys know, it's toxic. Bro, you're going to get cancer.
There's the cancer line. I'm pausing it just because you guys know my little pet peeve. Why add the music? Why please, guys, you don't have to add music. Just play the raw footage. This is not a short film. You're entering in a film festival. Come on, guys. We don't need a soundtrack. That's just me. But it's still the videos. It's still legit. So just I'm tuning out the music. That's just me though.
Stinks so bad. Okay, now record the cut. This is what y'all are eating whenever y'all get
A lot of Starbucks employees have been complaining about this, quote, blending powder, and it's going in more and more of their drinks. And let's just take a look at what it is. So here are the ingredients right here, and the purpose is it acts as an emulsifier and stabilizer. The gums and other components help create a smoother, more consistent frozen blended texture and slow separation that would otherwise happen sooner after the drink leaves the blender. So basically they're using this so that the drink stays exactly how it was when it was made. But there are real health concerns that go along with this. And one thing I'll say is that I've seen a lot of videos of baristas at Starbucks coughing. They say that this is hurting their throats, this powder, as it gets airborne, they're breathing it in, they're getting headaches. So there is a real concern with this, and it actually is confirmed right here. One of the main things in this is silica. That's silicon dioxide, and it's used as an anti-caking agent. It prevents the clumping, but it's being used in this blending powder. Inhalation is a real issue. The fine silicone dust can become airborne as a powder when it's scooped, and repeated inhalation of certain forms of silica is linked to serious lung conditions. So this would back up what the baristas are experiencing. They breathe this stuff in and they're coughing, they get headaches. It's not good. Here are some of the other controversies with a lot of this ingredients in this blending powder. This is not something we should be eating. This is not something we should be drinking. Our food is a science experiment, and this has to stop. This is not healthy.
So all of that's important. The complaints from the employees are important. What's not important is trying to belittle them because they said you're going to get cancer on the video, which is dumb. It's a dumb technique to be coming after the employees who are trying to share this. I would go further and say, hey, if you guys really want, you guys should be protesting, and you should. I don't know. I wouldn't be working at a place if I thought I was serving a product that was killing people. But they're kids, and they're trying to figure out ways to respond to this, and they're using their available technology to do it. And if you have a clip go viral while you're showing this to the world, then more power to you. Here's more from that article that was trying to belittle the kids. And kind of gaslight. To be honest, it's kind of gaslighting, saying, well, there might be some, but they're going over a little too far. But okay, so other online discussions, they've identified the ingredients, including gum, Arabic, maltodextrin, xanth gum, natural flavor, silica, and stevia extract. Noting the claims came from online research rather than a confirmed Starbucks ingredients list. Oh, so you would trust a Starbucks ingredients list over online research. Got it. Okay. So we should be on starbucks.com to get all of the facts on this, right? That's what the article is suggesting. Ingredients such as xanth gum and gum Arabic can help stabilize mixtures. Oh, well, of course you got to stabilize your mixtures, improve your texture, and you got to keep your ingredients combined. So that's very important for the product. So we don't really care if we're hurting people, but at least we know it has a purpose besides just hurting people. Thank you for clarifying. The silica can appear in food products as an anti-caking agent. The presence of an ingredient name alone does not determine whether a product poses a health risk. Oh, really? So you're saying if we find a name of a food that we shouldn't care to look it up and see what that thing does because it doesn't necessarily determine anything. Okay. Thank you for questioning our questioning. Got it. Okay. Well, here's from Starbucks Workers United. So from the Starbucks union, they're saying our union is hearing concerns from baristas about ingredients in the new Starbucks blended refreshers. The blending powder is silica-based and becomes airborne easily. So they're saying, yes, you don't even have to drink the damn thing. It's hurting us when we breathe, and we're trapped in the kitchen for 8 hours, and we're breathing this shit in. And we noticed a difference because you guys just released this thing in July. So we are, even just this month, we are feeling the effects. We need this addressed if workers are feeling side effects. Case closed. That's it. There's no other belittle the workers for their TikTok video. Oh, they shouldn't be. You shouldn't be looking up words that you don't understand. That's the thing. That was the thing brought in. Blending powder, another way to hurt people while making more money. And that's our system. Specifically, Starbucks is doing this because they're pieces of shit that run Starbucks. We know this. We know a bunch of Zionists run Starbucks, particularly the guy Schultz that owned the CEO guy, total Zionist pig, the guy that owns it, hates his workers. Workers have been on strike for so many years against these assholes. And here it is. If you want to go directly to Starbucks, they're going to tell you, here's their little deflector piece that they have from their website. Is the blending powder used for blended refreshers safe? Well, the product used in our coffee houses is a blending powder which contains a small amount of food grade silica, an FDA approved ingredient. It's FDA. What do we guys tell you? You got to have that. You got to be approved FDA. And once you get that check mark, it's a special check mark that means you can do whatever the fuck you want. So they've been approved, which means they're not doing anything illegal, isn't it? Isn't that what that means? Don't worry, guys. We're following the law, so we're allowed to hurt you. That's what they're saying. It's commonly used in food products that helps ingredients mix consistently and supports a consistent beverage experience. It does not contain crystalline slice, and it is safe for use in food. Really? Who says? You're saying it's safe. Okay. We're committing to provide accurate information about our ingredients. Really? To learn more about our commitment for high quality food and drinks, blah, 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 blah. Really? Okay. So this FDA, what is this FDA approval? What is this? Anybody in the administration holding you accountable? Because I remember not so long ago this happening. There is one of the CEOs, this other Zionist asshole, Brian Nicole, hanging out with Secretary Kennedy. This is literally right after this is right after Trump wins, and Secretary Kennedy, he's going to go use the Maha brand, as it were, and sit down with Starbucks, and he's going to share his plans, right? The company's plans, they're going to align with Maha. This is just under 2 years ago, aligning with Maha. Folks the CEOs at Starbucks sitting down with RFK Jr. What is that alignment? What do you mean? So I guess the most important question to ask now is this new blended concoction of poison that you're now implementing into your product this summer, is this the result of bringing on the Maha brand? And it seems as if it exactly is that the alignment with RFK, who controls all these different departments, right? The CDC, the FDA, all of this can be approved now. So Starbucks isn't doing anything illegal. That's the whole point. So kudos to these employees putting out these videos. It's important. I hope more people understand this, that these products are not here to help us. They're here to kill us, make us sick. There's an alignment. There's a direct alignment between big food, big pharma. We talk about that all the time. This revolving door of these agencies, but the fact that you can have these companies like Monsanto being run by Bayer. Bayer is the one that issues you your cancer treatment. They can issue cancer. They can issue more cancer treatments if more people have cancer. So by the food companies, put cancer-causing conditions inside the products so people will eat them and get more cancer more frequently, and then we can issue you the cancer treatments. So it works very well. So yes, that's what we're seeing here. That is the scam. We're onto it, and RFK still pretending that he's making progress. How's that red 40 dye coming, man? Still working on that one. Meanwhile, the Starbucks is don't go there anymore. If you ever did, it's a bunch of shit, and now it's made much worse. And the employees are having health problems from just being in the freaking room with it. Then you know it's bad for you, and that's so forget doing your own research. Just that alone, research. Why don't you go? How about this? Why don't you go spend the afternoon with the Starbucks employees in the back kitchen, and that should check the box of doing your own research, and you can see how you feel afterwards. And that might do the trick. That might do the trick. All right, guys, we are about done here today. I want to just thank you all for tuning in. We had a great show. Thanks to Jay Scott. Very cool, man. We had a good talk, good segments today. We're going to be uploading them all soon enough to our YouTube and Rumble channels. So look out for those, and don't forget to hit the like, the subscribe. Please check your subscribe buttons, guys. Sometimes YouTube will undo them. I've seen it before. It's really bad when that happens. I'll throw this up one more time because it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. You guys check this one out tomorrow, 6:00. Might get into some heated discussions. Who knows? But I'm gonna be bringing my A game. United States of Israel. We're gonna look at that merger and where we are now. Getting closer to that Senate vote. So that's on Twitter Spaces. Check that one out. And we'll be back here on Thursday. I told you guys earlier, Craig Passa will be back. Jay will be back. We might have a few guests to announce. And then Friday, what do we have Friday? Might be making another appearance. We'll have to see. But we're talking about doing a Maha segment, me and Garland, on the Jimmy Dore Show. So we'll see if that's going to happen. Excited to find that one out, but obviously we'll know by Thursday if that's happening. So I'll let you guys know. And then I think Garland and I are going to do another thing together, possibly Saturday. So we got stuff coming up all week long. So again, like, subscribe, follow, share this thing out. And thanks to all you guys. I know we didn't have the mods here today, but thanks for guys for being on good behavior in the chat. I hope so. I hope everyone was cool and professional, best you can be. We'll see you guys next time. I'm going to leave you with this outro. This is the AI we've seen from China when it comes to what is the battlefront going to look like once AI is fully implemented. And I think if you're part of NATO, if you're part of the Israel-U.S. war machine, you might have a problem with this. I can see Alex Karp squirming in his Palantir boots right now after viewing this video. So enjoy this on the way out. We'll throw up a few more of the comments for you guys if we missed them before. So I think we got all the super chats. I'll do a second. I'll do one last comb through on the super chats. I think we got, I don't think we got any Rumble rants. Oh, we did. You know what? Man, I did not see this earlier. I'm going to put this one up. This is, let me get this one up. This is from Scooby. Let me make sure I copied this over correctly from Rumble. Sometimes they get hidden from us, but I found this and I just want to say, yes, we appreciate the Rumble rant. This is from Scooby. Thank you so much. Here we go. I'll throw this one up before we do our send off. From S. Scooby. Those who give up liberty for security deserve neither. Thank you for that quote, S. Scooby. And we'll see you guys next time. Until then, remember, always go out in the world with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass, the homeless left. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out. All right, cue. Come on, cue it. Here we go. Outro ready. And here we go.
The ceasefire in the Middle East is in effect.
What happened?